Administration Offsite to order. And first order of business is roll call.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Monica Erickson. Troy Johnson. Patrick Henning for Fiona Ma. Lisa Middleton. Kevin Palke. Ramon Rubalcaba. Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett. Dr. Gail Willis.
Present.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, everyone. The next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I have asked Ramon Rubalcaba to lead us in the pledge. Thank you, Ramon. We're all a little cozy up here this morning as we're hitting each other. I'm glad to see everybody here as we kick off our Board of Administration and Executive Team Offsite. Our Offsite meetings are all about deeper exploration of some of the topics we'll be making decisions about in the year ahead. Over the next 3 days, we'll have open conversations on topics pivotal to CalPERS success. I encourage you to make the most of this opportunity to learn and to grow together by asking questions and seeking clarification. We will have time for everybody to make public comment as well. We're fortunate to have several stakeholders here today who've traveled to join us and represent their members' voices. You are all an important part of the process. We'll be welcoming public comment, like I said, throughout the day after each session from stakeholders in the room and those joining us online. To comment remotely, all you need to do is give us a call after each presentation at 800-259-4105. I'm going to do that one more time, 1-800-259-4105. Our stakeholder relations team will be standing by to facilitate your comments. Now on to our investment agenda for the day. Our Chief Investment Officer, Stephen Gilmore, has planned several discussions that will set the stage for the various dynamics that can affect our decisions, starting with an update on geopolitics from Lionel Johnson, a good friend of CalPERS and president of the Pacific Pension Institute. Lionel and Marcy serve on the PPI board together. Then we will pivot to our own global equity team for a presentation on active management with Simiso, Nzima, and Stephen Carden. Just before lunch, we'll hear from Robyn, who is the CEO of the Man Group, about embracing the capabilities of AI. Beyond the technology itself, Robyn has some interesting perspectives to share about how AI is positively contributing to the culture at Man Group and the innovation it's inspiring there. We will break for lunch and come back to learn more about how we can embrace AI at CalPERS, which is a subject we've been discussing for some time now. Here to walk us through the use of AI from an operational perspective are Jared Cohen, George Lee of Goldman Sachs. They will complete our session presentations for the day. I'm looking forward to the presentations and discussions that follow. I think we all are, especially about AI. I'm going to hand this off to Marcy, our CEO, for her remarks to start the day. And then I think you handed off to Stephen.
Thank you, President Taylor, and good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you all this week at our annual offsite, and hopefully we'll get some whale sightings throughout the day. But it is hard for me to believe that this year does mark my 10th anniversary at CalPERS. I think now, when we're all here together for a few days, it's a good time to look back at what we've accomplished during the past decade and how we're moving forward on behalf of our members and employers. I want to first thank the board and our remarkable team members for the focus, your passion, the discipline that you've all brought to your work. We've implemented strategies and made decisions that haven't always been the most popular or certainly didn't please people at the time, but they have put us in a much better place than we were back in 2016. We've helped maintain our focus on better serving our 2.4 million members in every facet of our business, from investments to health to customer service to outreach. To do that effectively, we first needed to rebuild our funded status, which had not recovered from the Great Recession and was sitting at 68% in 2016. That was job number one. Back then, I frequently received emails, and not only emails, but actual correspondence from our members. They were worried whether their pension would actually be there when they needed it, and they were worried whether their pension would be there throughout their lifetime. I'm happy to report today that those emails and that correspondence have largely disappeared. And our funding level at the end of fiscal year 25-26 is 85%. And that is up from and that is up from 79% at the end of fiscal year 24-25. This improvement, which exceeds the goal we set back then, the goal was really to get the funded levels up over 80%, has been driven not only by our strong investment returns, but by the discipline we imposed on the system. This discipline included adopting new amortization schedules. We moved from a 30-year amortization to a 20-year amortization and lowering the discount rate over time from 7.5 to 6.8, where it sits today. These were hard decisions because they meant employers and members would pay more into the retirement and would not be receiving additional benefits for those increased costs. But they were necessary decisions to support the pensions rightfully promised to our public employees for their years of service. At the same time that we right-sized our expectations, we set out to build a portfolio that would exceed those expectations. I'm happy to report that it has done so. In fiscal year 25-26, the portfolio earned a preliminary return of 14.8%. That's up from the already strong 11.6% last year and a 9.3% the year before that. It's the best return we've had since 2014, if you don't count 2021, when the market was rebounding from the pandemic. Stephen will provide more detail on the earnings breakdown shortly, but I want to note that public equity and private equity led our returns over the past year, as they did the year before. We have greatly benefited from the fact that the stock market has continued to rise. Our global equity portfolio still makes up the largest single category of the fund. The strong return of our broad stock holdings once again illustrates the importance of maximizing the return for our members by not foregoing investments in strong performing companies because of external pressures. Our private equity portfolio was a strong second this past year. Anton Orlich and his team have made us a leader among institutional investors with our strategy of reducing fees by making more co-investments and shifting our focus from traditional buyout funds to venture, growth, and mid-market companies. The up-and-coming managers of these funds are producing better returns and truly driving the growth of innovation and job creation in California, the nation, and the world. Investing in the private markets gives us potential to earn higher returns while spreading our risk from the often volatile public stock market. I want to thank you on the board for tuning out the noise. I know this can be a fairly noisy asset class, and allowing the expert team led by Anton to focus on finding the right managers for CalPERS to work with. This year, our discipline has been put to the test a bit. We had to push back against some efforts to put politics before our mandate to better returns and earn returns for our members. We will always stand strong for transparency and governance, but we also will resist efforts like Senate Bill 1319, which would have seriously threatened our ability to invest effectively in the private markets and would have led to billions of dollars in increased costs for employers and members. An 85% funded level is great compared to where we started, but we're not quite there yet. It's not full funding. Building the health of the fund remains job number one. We have to maintain our singular focus on the great fiduciary responsibility we have to our 2.4 million members. We cannot afford to become complacent or assume the market will always keep rising just because it did yesterday or the day before or the month before that. I've spent quite a lot of time on investments here, but I also need to acknowledge other areas of focus where we've made significant progress over the past decades. Don Molds and his team are leading the way in healthcare by bringing reams of market and member data to bear on their contract negotiations with the health plans. In a world where healthcare costs keep rising, they are keeping increases to as minimal as possible. This year, our proposed increases are less than 5% overall, and the average Medicare premium remains flat. This compares to 9% inflation in the healthcare market generally. Our engagement and outreach efforts to members and employers has greatly improved, as reflected in our annual stakeholder survey, which we will see on Wednesday. We introduced the pension outlook tool for our public employers, where they can run scenarios and more effectively plan for their budgets. And we've made sure that they've had a voice at the table by including them in stakeholder meetings. On the customer service front, our call center call wait times have been cut by more than 38% this year, to an average of less than 3 minutes. In May, they actually had their first perfect day, where every single call received was answered and handled. Call Center Chief Thor Dunn, who was recently hired by Kim Malm, who's done an excellent job in filling out her team, said he has never seen a perfect day before in his more than 27 years of state service. Success like this doesn't just happen. It's a result of hiring the right people, developing them well, and planning their schedules in an optimal way to respond to our members when they need us. Thanks for indulging me in this review of just some of the ways CalPERS has become a better steward in the past decade of our public pension dollars and of the public trust. I don't have time to detail everything here. There's so many more stories for the team, but as always, I'm honored to work with you and with the whole CalPERS team. Thank you, President Taylor. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Frost, and that was exciting to hear. So, yay. With that, I'm going to toss it over to Stephen, our Chief Investment Officer, to make introductions, make his statements. And before you go ahead and introduce, we do have public comment right after your statement. So thank you.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Marcy mentioned that she'd been here 10 years. I've now been here 2 years, almost to the day, and it's been a very productive and enjoyable time. With that, of course, it's even more enjoyable looking at the results. Marcy mentioned a 14.8% return for the last year and a funded ratio that is now 85%. She also mentioned the strong performance of public equities and private equity. That public equity performance was more than 24%. And the cap-weighted component of that was particularly strong, above 25%. It also meant a very strong return from active investment. And later this morning, you'll hear from Simiso and Steve talking about our active investing in public equities. Now, it's not easy to add active return in that space, but we've been very successful in doing it. Marcy also mentioned the strong return from private equity. That was 17%. That was through to the end of March, but it's been a fantastic performance, very additive to the portfolio. In addition, strong risk-adjusted returns from private debt and infrastructure, all adding up to that 14.8% return that you heard. What that means is that through time, we have now returned 6.8%, our discount rate, or above, for every period. 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 3, 1, which is great. With that, I'd also like to just note that over the last year, we've been very successful in building out the leadership team, and we have a number of new leaders here. I think back to 2 years ago, this offsite was actually my second day on the job. But keeping with tradition, we've also recruited Derek Walker, who's joined us within the last week from CPP, who now is our Managing Investment Director for the Total Fund team. We recruited Marsha, sitting beside Derek, who's also recruited this year, June, our DCIO, and we have 2 promotions. We have Anton Orlich, who is now a Deputy CIO for Private Markets, and we have Justin. Where's Justin? Justin, who's been promoted to the Managing Investment Director for Global Fixed Income, just recognizing the talent we have within the team. Now, with that, I would like to, hand back to the President for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. Yes, we have public comment. Two commoners, Mr. Jelensik and Miss Panelver, Renee Panelver. So we're still with JJ. Do we have one on each side? Okay. And you have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you can, okay. Good morning, JJ Jelensik, RPEA. These are very good results. However, you need to think about how you got there. You expanded high-risk private equity and moved into higher risk segments within that asset class, not to mention the funny math from secondary purchases. Your program of lending to people who can't borrow from banks has been expanded. And in the private debt area, you're moving away from core to higher risk specialty. In real estate, you've moved away, you've reduced core and added to value add. In infrastructure, you've reduced core and increased non-core. Today, we're learning that in the public equity market, you're moving away from index beta type performance to higher risk active returns. Risk is a good thing in rising markets, hence the great results. But I remind you that it's called risk for a reason. What is missing is any form of risk-adjusted returns. You're taking on more risk and not demanding increased returns before you pay bonuses. You give your agents a free option. Since risk doesn't count, I'm offering a diversifying suggestion. Take $5 billion up to the tables in Nevada. The roulette wheel is uncorrelated to your performance, so you're getting diversification. With the exception of your small holdings in whatever casino you're playing in, the table action is actually negatively correlated to your portfolio and therefore gives you even more diversification. So I'm suggesting put it all on 17. If it hits, PERS is fully funded. If it doesn't hit, well, we're long-term investors. Maybe risk should be considered, maybe risk matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jelensik. Renee Penalver.
Other side.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Can you all hear me?
You're not on.
Can you hear me now? Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Renee Penalver, and I'm faculty at California State University, Monterey Bay. I am here today as a representative of the California Faculty Association, representing educators across the CSU. Every day we teach and support students from every background, including undocumented students and students whose families are living with the fear of immigration enforcement. I also speak as someone who is fortunate to call Monterey Bay and Monterey County home. Monterey County is home to one of the largest undocumented populations in California. These are our neighbors, these are our students, our coworkers, our friends, and the people who make this community possible. Many work in the fields that feed our country, just here in Salinas, California. They harvest the food that ends up on all of our tables. But even if they didn't, their worth is not defined by what they produce. Their dignity, humanity, and safety are not conditional upon their labor. They deserve to live free from fear simply because they are people. As educators, we believe every student deserves to walk onto our campuses believing that they belong. And it is difficult to create that sense of belonging when families fear that a loved one could be tracked, detained, or deported. That is why we are deeply concerned about Palantir's work with ICE. Palantir's technology helps collect, connect, and analyze enormous amounts of personal data to support immigration enforcement. For our communities, this is not an abstract policy issue. It has real consequences for our students' mental health, academic success, and the stability of entire families. These concerns are not ours alone. Governments around the world are beginning to recognize the risks associated with Palantir. Spain has reportedly moved away from using Palantir in critical government systems over concerns about national security and data sovereignty. France has also decided to replace Palantir's technology with its domestic intelligence agency with a homegrown provider, citing the importance of maintaining control over sensitive public systems. If governments responsible for protecting their citizens and critical infrastructure are concluding that these risks are too great, we believe CalPERS should take a close look as well. CFA stands with SEIU in urging CalPERS to engage with Palantir and carefully examine whether its contracts with ICE pose long-term legal, reputational, governance, and financial risks to the fund and its beneficiaries. But beyond fiduciary responsibility is a question of values. Our retirement security should not depend on business models that profit from the surveillance, detention, and deportation of the very communities we serve. I want to protect my students, my neighbors, and the families that make Monterey County what it is, and I want to protect their dignity. I ask you to consider whether investing in companies that enable these practices reflect the values of the public workers whose retirement you safeguard. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Gilmore to introduce our speaker.
Thank you, President Taylor. I would like to introduce Professor Lionel Johnson, who will lead a discussion on geopolitics. Now, Lionel, apart from just being a distinguished academic, also is president of the Pacific Pension Institute, or PPI. And CalPERS' partnership with PPI extends back to 2002. So a great long-term relationship. And with that, I'll pass over to Lionel.
Lionel, I hate to do this to you, but we had 2 calls come in for after Stephen's commentary. So if I can take those. All right. Whoever's on the phone, if you can connect for us. Thank you. I need you to speak up. We cannot hear you.
To comment on CIO Gilmore's opening comments, Terry Gray, you are now live and can proceed with your comment.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I need you to speak up. We cannot hear you.
That was not.
Can you hear me? Very good.
Comment on CIO Gilmore's opening comments, Terry Gray, you are now live and can proceed with your comment.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's an
Great.
echo.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Comment on CIO Gilmore's opening comments, Terry Gray, you are now live and can proceed with your comment.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Mute
Yeah,
her.
but
Can
it's
you
a-
guys
no.
mute her background noise or have her mute her background noise? I didn't know that's what was going on.
Mute her. Can you guys mute her background noise or have her mute her?
Something's going on, guys. Yeah. Can we get,
Terry's call was just dropped.
why don't we do some tech check on the calls and then let me know and we'll do it again, okay? Yeah. So, thank you for being patient.
Well, thank you for having me, Madam President. And I want to thank Stephen for the introduction and CEO Marcy Frost for inviting me to be with you this morning at the beginning of your retreat. Say just a few words about PPI. As you heard from Stephen, CalPERS has been a member of the organization. It's a global convener of institutional investors since 2002, one of our earliest partners. And we've been fortunate to have the leadership of CalPERS participate actively during that long period of time, and we're very grateful to Marcy for serving as a member of our board of directors. And as you also heard, I'm a professor of practice of international relations at the Maxwell School at Syracuse University. So in addition to being president of PPI, I have to deal with some really intelligent, forward-leading graduate students who are committed to international relations. And going to the classroom, as I do each semester, I have to now check the phone to see what has happened in the news. And so I did that before coming in here today to make sure that what I say to you is at least current as of about 10 minutes ago. So what I did see is the announcement by the government of Iran that the Strait of Hormuz is once again closed. The Central Command of the United States has disputed that assertion, but I state that only because of the fact that a fifth of the world's oil flows through that waterway. And today, as of about 10 minutes ago, oil prices are again shooting up, as you would expect, but the stock market hasn't budged. So I make that point at the opening and want you to keep it there. I don't speak to you this morning as an investor. I'm not an investor. I've never managed a portfolio. I won't presume to tell you how to invest yours. And what I've done for the last 12 years as being at PPI is convene the people who sit where you sit, the pension funds, the sovereign wealth funds, the endowments across North America, Asia, Europe, and listen closely to how they're thinking. So what I want to offer you this morning is not advice. It's the view from that table, what your peers around the world are wrestling with right now, and the questions I believe deserve your attention over the next 2 days. I want to begin with the observation that organizes everything that I'm going to say to you, and that is, for most of the years that the people in this room have been doing this work, the world supplied an order, and that order carried assumptions that were so reliable that you could bring a portfolio to fruition and build it and sustain it without having to state risks in a way that caused great concern. Capital was moved where it was invited and welcome, and beneath all of that ran a quieter premise that the way that a country conducted itself still bore on its standing and therefore on its markets. So I say to you now that that order is being deliberately changed and one would say dismantled. And what is emerging in its place is organized less around rules and shared values than around power, leverage, and the willingness to use both without apology. So I'm not here to render a verdict on that change. Reasonable people in this room will weigh that differently, and it's not my place to judge. But I do want to name what it does to a fund like CalPERS because of its size and this horizon, because the consequences are specific, and I think they are perhaps underappreciated. For most of our careers, the world order did the quiet work on your behalf. It kept the sea lanes open, upheld agreements across borders, made economic sanctions rare and predictable, and maintained the expectation that a country's conduct would carry consequences. And you didn't have to pay for any of that. It never appeared in a valuation or a discount rate because the guarantee was there. And a risk that doesn't materialize is the one that you don't have to price. And that old order now is withdrawing. The need, however, does not withdraw with it. Ships still need safe passage. Contracts still need enforcing. Conduct still carries consequences. What changes now is that the guarantee is gone, and the risk it used to hold is now live. And a live risk is one that you have to carry somewhere. In a discount you apply to an asset, a buffer you hold against a position, a premium you demand before you take it on. That is what I mean when I say the values are returning now as risk. Not that principle is becoming sentiment, but the things the order used to guarantee and hold off your portfolios are now yours to price. For a fund like CalPERS that is invested across every one of these fault lines, that transfer is not abstract. It's the difference between a world that absorbed these shocks before they reached you and now one that delivers them straight to the portfolio. So I'd like to take you through 4 dimensions. The first concerns the map. Diversification assumed a world of integration, capital seeking the best use across open borders with politics mostly out of the way. As the world now separates into blocks, the word diversification begins to mean something different. A book that is spread across markets that are quietly decoupling from one another is no longer diversified as it was a decade ago. It may simply be exposed in more places at once. There's a harder version of this problem, and the correlations you rely on, the way that one asset moves against one another, were for a generation expressions of economics. They're now becoming expressions of politics. And a risk that once had decades of history to model from becomes a risk with no history at all, because the thing that now drives them is a decision, not an economic cycle or a market cycle. And the chief investment officers that I speak to no longer describe their sharpest shocks as market events. They describe them instead as decisions made in capital on a weekday with no notice. So I'd observe that the tools that this community is reaching for, total portfolio thinking, chief among them, are in part an attempt to identify exposures that no longer respect the old boundaries between asset classes. CalPERS is further along than most on this path, which speaks well of the people who run your investment team. The question I'd put to you is not how to forecast those decisions, because no one can reliably do that. It is whether a board built for the prior era can absorb them and respond at the speed that the present one demands. The second dimension is that policy has become the portfolio's fastest moving variable. Sanctions, export controls, tariffs were once the fine print of international life. They now set prices, and they can strand a position or close a market between one committee meeting and the next. The clearest recent case is Russia. The funds that held Russian assets in early 2002 did not sell them into a falling market. They woke up to find they could not sell them at all. The positions were frozen, not by an investment judgment, but by policy written in capitals around the world, far from any boardroom. Sound funds, prudent allocations, and willing buyers were nowhere to be found. And it is not a single country phenomenon. Consider Venezuela more recently. For years, its sovereign debt and the bonds of its state oil company were widely held. They were liquid, they were legal, and sitting in the portfolios of serious institutions around the world. Then a round of US sanctions made that paper untradeable for American investors almost overnight. The bonds had not defaulted their way out of the market. Holders were barred from the exits by a decision made in Washington, not by anything that happened to the credit. Something that was legal on Monday was untouchable by Friday. So that is the argument, resident in 2 policy decisions that are a hemisphere apart. And 2 things have developed since then, and both have sharpened in just the past week. The first is speed. The rules themselves are now rewritten within a single year. They're imposed, struck down, reconstructed through other means. This month, the United States chose not to renew, as it stood, the trade agreement that was built with its two closest neighbors, Mexico and Canada. As we sit here, a tariff that is covering most of what this country imports is set to lapse on July 24th. So the horizon over which you can assume any trade regime will hold is collapsed from years to months, and in some cases from weeks to days. The second is more sobering still. The dollar and the financial plumbing every fund clears through are themselves becoming instruments of leverage. The settlement system was for decades neutral ground. It is not guaranteed to remain so. So the pertinent question is not which measure comes next. It is where you're holding something that a decision made outside of CalPERS could immobilize, and whether you will know it before that happens rather than after. The third dimension is that a great deal of the world now runs through a number of very small places, very narrow places. Consider the processing of rare earth minerals. The sea lanes that carry energy and goods through the Strait of Hormuz and the Strait of Malacca also. Advanced microsemiconductors drawn from a handful of geographies that are smaller than most of your real estate holdings. The minerals beneath the entire energy transition. A short list of choke points, and every one of them is now contested. A single country, China, accounts for roughly 9/10 of the world's rare earths, and the leverage that they have is not in owning the deposits, but in controlling the processing. That is leverage that is now being used openly, turned on and off as a matter of statecraft. I raise this not as simply geopolitics for its own sake, but because these are choke points that sit underneath what you own. In your industrials, your semiconductors, your infrastructure, in the companies that are now carried by AI. Let me just stress that last one for once, because I think it is the newest. The frontier of the technology that your equity portfolio is riding may itself come to depend on political permission, on which firms in which countries are granted access to the most capable systems and on what terms. And exposure you think is purely commercial may on inspection prove to be geopolitical. None of this appears in a line item marked geopolitical risk. It's distributed across the whole portfolio, which is precisely what makes it difficult to see and worth the effort to find. So the question worth asking of any portfolio like this one is where the diversification on the page conceals concentration in the world, where holdings that looked unrelated could in fact fail together. And the fourth dimension is the one I want to leave with this board, and I want to address it plainly because some of the people at this table came to this work through labor and human rights, and I respect the seriousness of that. For the better part of a decade, the debate in rooms like this was whether values had any place in the portfolio at all. The debate is being overtaken by events. Labor standards, forced labor in supply chains, the conduct of firms toward the people who work for them. These are all becoming tariffs, compliant costs, regulatory exposure, and litigation. This is not hypothetical, and it is not distant. This past week, a hearing in Washington closed on a new trade action that would be grounded in the question of forced labor alone, and that it would reach every supply chain that this institution touches. 60 economies And by the government's own account, very nearly everything the country imports will be touched by these new sanctions if they come into effect. So the concern that some of you may have and have advanced on principle and that others have resisted as politics is now being priced by the world itself without waiting for either side's consent. I want to be careful here because this cuts in a direction that's very easy to miss. This is not only a new risk to be managed. When a value becomes material, the tools that CalPERS already prefers, engagement rather than exit, acquires leverage it did not have when the same concern could be dismissed as sentiment. What was once argued in the language of conscience can now be argued in the language of the fiduciary, and that's the genuine shift in the ground beneath your stewardship. So let me draw these together because they point to a single demand of this board, and it is not a demand for better forecasting. Across all four of these dimensions, the common thread is speed and concealment. The risks that matter now move faster than the institutions built to govern them. That's a reality. And they hide inside exposures that look like something else. So this is a governance question before it is an investment question. How quickly can this board see, decide, and act? So history suggests that what follows a broken order is not the restoration of the new one, of the old one, excuse me, but the slow construction of something different, and usually something colder. I don't say this to alarm you, but to caution against the most tempting posture of all, which is to wait. To assume the old weather will return and to manage as though this were just a passing storm. The funds that have struggled in prior transitions were not the ones that guessed wrong, they're the ones who waited. So I want to close where I began. Again, the order that we have always known and the portfolios that you were free to watch. The order is now being released and there is a change of those values and they are surfacing now where you invest. It's not a cause for despair, but it's a reason to look very clearly and early. The funds that come through this decade with their obligations to their members intact will not be the ones that guessed the politics correctly, because no one can do that. They will be the ones who understood before their peers did that the distance between the world out there and your portfolios in here are all but closed. So I leave you with that. You have 2 days together as you consider these issues. But geopolitics, the world around us, mean a great deal to stewards like yourselves. I congratulate you for continuing to carry that charge, and I'll be happy to engage with you on the points that I've raised.
I want to thank you for very clear, concise, a little bit scary assessments. It isn't I think most of this board is aware that the covenant, so-called covenant that we had with the leaders of Wall Street had broken down. But I think there were a couple of questions I had before I go to my board, but I wanted you to kind of go a little deeper into the forced labor that you were talking about and what that means exactly, if you don't mind.
Sure. There is a new trade tariff proposal that's being considered by the current administration that would essentially set certain standards around labor and forced labor. It was initially intended to focus on China, but it's gotten more broad than that, and it really will be looking at the trade practices, the market practices, the labor practices of 60 countries around the world. And it will probably touch just about every import and could, in large measure, impose a completely new round of tariffs from countries that are assumed to be carrying out these trade practices as determined by the United States. And this hearing, as I said, was last week. A decision on the new tariff regime is expected later this month.
Okay, so what you're saying is basically 60 countries that are participating in forced labor, we're charging them for it.
Right, we're going to be imposing import tariffs on those countries. That's correct.
Wow. We're not asking them to stop. It's going to cost them some extra money. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to see if anybody has questions. Anybody? Oh, Melissa, I can't see your mic. Oh, there it is. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the presentation, what you said, for being here. My first question, you said policy has become the fastest moving variable and a portfolio diversified a decade ago may now be exposed more than once to some risks. So I think that's close to what I think some investors are calling system level investing and universal owners like CalPERS. Sorry. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So in regards to systematic investing, the idea that a universal owner like CalPERS can't diversify away from risk that's correlated across the whole system because we're exposed to the system itself, not just individual holdings. So from what you're seeing and those that you work with across the pension funds, are any of them restructuring around that idea, managing total portfolio risk as a single correlated exposure rather than the sum of diversified parts?
What we're seeing now is a greater discussion of total portfolio management as a different approach to risk, rather than looking at investments in distinct buckets, as you know, distinct teams that are focusing on achieving the returns for each one that they're responsible for. There is now a greater discussion amongst PPI's members in particular of this new trend toward total portfolio, where you look at the overall set of investments and the investments now and the teams that are doing this work have to think about the overall goal of reaching the returns. And we, as a matter of fact, we're having a session on this at PPI's summer meeting next week in Toronto. So it is beginning to gather some steam, and CalPERS has been a real leader in that, as it has been on many issues over the years, but we're seeing more and more of a willingness to consider that.
Second question. The title of this presentation or agenda item was "The Rules No Longer Hold," and you talked about that. So I'm asking what that means literally, not just rhetorically. Also, like for investors you work with and listen to, when portfolio companies are operating in or profiting from documented violations of international law, either the sanctions, evasions, war crimes adjacent supply chains, unlawful occupation activity, is that tracked as a distinct named risk category? Or does it get folded into general like geopolitical volatility the same way human rights exposure often does? So if the rules no longer hold, what rules are we still measuring exposure against?
When I say the rules no longer hold, the old assumptions about the rules. I mean, you think about the rules-based global trading system that we struggled, to build over 80 years, and is no longer reliable. It's not regarded as being reliable. It's not seen as working. The World Trade Organization is not seeming to be able to respond to the current trade war, particularly on tariffs. And so I think that does have an impact on the way that you think about risk. It's a different kind of risk. And it's also, as I said in my remarks, the ways in which countries behave on the international stage. Those have impact. And when you make decisions, policy decisions on a whim, sometimes changing 180 degrees within an afternoon, it's very difficult to make policy decisions that other countries are going to respect, and they're going to have to hedge. And if the system is no longer working, I think investors have to assume that the way that they've been traditionally making investment decisions should also be mindful of that. I do think, as I said, also about speed. These things are happening, almost daily, almost weekly, and the world and the institutions that have historically governed international commerce and international relations overall are struggling to keep up.
Thank you.
So thank you. Anybody else? Because I don't want to jump in front of anybody. Looks like we're all sitting and sort of.
I hope I haven't depressed everyone.
I think you might have.
That wasn't the intention, I assure you.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Lionel, given your comments around it not being about forecasting, presumably scenario analysis comes into play much, much more. What are you seeing as the main components of that, or the best practices associated with scenario analysis and portfolio resilience? Because quite often, if you're a large investor, you can't pivot quickly. You talked about policy changes occurring rapidly, and as a manager of a large pool of capital, you cannot necessarily anticipate or change immediately. So can you talk us through that scenario and analysis and what the best investors are doing?
I think the best investors right now are taking geopolitical and geoeconomic risk more seriously. And they are, through engagement and building up their own capacity, doing the scenario playouts of different possible outcomes and trying to assess, Stephen, just what kind of pivot would be possible were it necessary. This is a new period in investor history and in economic history of the world. And I think, as I said before, those who wait are probably going to pay a bigger price, but those who plan and who take this very, very seriously are the ones who are going to be able to navigate these waters most effectively. And we're seeing that not only in PPI's North American membership, but in Asia and in Europe as well. Recognition that the old models just don't necessarily apply to the current moment, but that the goal continues to be long-term investing for real returns for beneficiaries and stakeholders, and the institutions that take that seriously are the ones who are going to ultimately be able to not necessarily pivot, because that's not very easy to do, but react and to be able to respond in a way that is most effective and that preserves the capital. I'm sure we'll talk more about this next week with your help.
So, yeah, so basically what you're saying is that, and it sounds like it's not only our leaders, but world leaders in general. Our leaders definitely are acting and reacting in a different manner than we've ever had before. And because we're the United States, that impact is bigger than other impacts. Yet, as you said at the very beginning, this quick movement that we're seeing and tariffs on wars on different things that should impact geopolitical or cause geopolitical risk isn't really hitting the market. Like, so today's, for example, you said that nothing's happening. Now, it does seem to take a little bit for it to hit the market. How come it's not hitting the market like that, and yet the risk is still pretty big? Because the market seems to be a little deaf to this right now.
Well, we've had a long period of amazing returns, as we heard, and I think the markets have already priced this in. They priced this risk, into to everything that they're doing. And so, and we've seen in this particular instance with the war in Iran, we've seen now the countries in the region having to deal with the real realities of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, at least for a while, and the impact on oil markets and fertilizer, everything that flows through that strait. But we've adapted, and countries that were initially worried, like India, which is almost completely dependent on it for its energy, for import of oil. I was just there a few weeks ago. They're not doing as badly as people thought they would, because they've now looked for options that are different from that. And so what I think the markets are doing is reacting to the resilience of countries in looking for alternatives. And so that, I suspect, is why you're seeing not necessarily a yawn, but it's not as reactionary as we saw in February when the war started.
Yeah, it was pretty, and yeah. Also, you talked about the basically silos of countries now, that we're not working together in concert anymore, which is also breaking down the world order, and that impacts the markets as well. So with that occurring, is our stock market or our markets just basing it on the fact that we're resilient and can't and don't have to worry about oil because we get it elsewhere and we produce a lot, et cetera, and not pricing this into the global economy? Because I think the global economy is hit harder. There's a lot of countries that are having a hard time now. India has figured something else out, but there are smaller countries that can't. So that could cause all kinds of problems with the fertilizer for farming, and oil just for operations.
Right.
So I feel like our market is now closed off and not considering global impacts. Is that?
There seems to be a decision that's been made by the current administration that is the way the U.S. economy is going to function from now on. We're going to close ourselves off to the rest of the world. We're no longer going to be interdependent, and that we are going to basically go it alone. I think my own personal view is that that's a tremendous mistake, but that seems to be the direction. The good news is the rest of the world is moving on.
Yeah.
They are forging, going back to India for a second, they just concluded last month the largest trade agreement with the European Union in history, a market of 2 billion people. And that's great, but it's also going to leave out this country. And I would argue that the trade and the foreign policy decisions that are being made are playing directly into the hands of the country that they claim to be wanting to contain. And that's the one who's very quiet right now. And they are essentially, to be frank, eating our lunch. And that's China.
Yeah.
And they're doing it very effectively around the world, forging trade agreements with countries right and left, and investing as they do around the world while the United States retreats.
So I want to thank you again. I'm still not seeing anything for the rest of our, oh, I'm sorry, I'm too far away, from our board, but I think longer conversations are certainly something I would be interested in having with you, because
I'd welcome that. That'd be terrific.
yeah. I don't want to take up any more time on this, but yeah, this is a very interesting topic, always has interested me. And I think it's the first time we've had somebody here that's really kind of opened the eyes up.
Well, it's a pleasure to have this chat with you, and I welcome the chance to do it. I come to this 12 years as president of PPI, but after 4 decades of work in diplomacy and international relations and international business, and I've never seen anything like this. and it's shaping everything that I do. Everything that I've committed my life to and believed in is now sort of gone. And so it's an opportunity to engage with all of you as stewards of this institution. And so let's continue the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I really appreciate it. With that,
Thank
thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay. With that, I do have 3 callers. So 2 callers on the CIO comments and 1 on our current item. And if our tech problems are good to go ahead.
Yes, President Taylor, we have Larry Woodson to comment on the CIO's opening comments. Larry Woodson, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Okay, before I start my comments, I know there were technical difficulties. I was supposed to be able to comment earlier, but I just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, good. Well, good morning, Larry Woodson. I want to address what Mr. Gilmore and Ms. Frost didn't tell you about private equity in their remarks. As I previously reported, in the networking session in January, Mr. Gilmore told me that PE investment team does not use IRRs in their mandatory reporting of estimated value of PE. Instead, they use time-weighted return methodology, and he suggested they needed to educate stakeholders about TWR so we could better understand it. So, Anton Orlich attended the March 26th retiree roundtable where he spent half his time praising high PE returns, then giving a very confusing explanation of TWR. So 6 retirees, including myself and both positions on CSR's Health Benefits Committee, emailed Brad Pacheco requesting that Mr. Gilmore attend the June retiree roundtable to better explain TWR. 2 months later, just days prior to the roundtable, we were told that they felt Mr. Orlich's presentation was adequate. They would not attend any more meetings to address our confusion. So I began my own TWR research and shockingly found numerous reputable sources, including the internationally recognized CFA Institute Research and Policy Center, which said TWR should never be used to estimate rates of return for private equity, for private investments like private equity. It's only valid for public markets. It is valuable for assessing the effectiveness of various fund managers, which would be fine if that's all CalPERS used it for. I also found TWR is likely to inflate returns, even higher than the GP's inflated self-valued IRRs. I reviewed 10 major state pension funds and found not one of them uses TWR to report their PE returns. Finally, ChatGPT says no investment fund in the United States besides CalPERS uses TWR to estimate returns. I asked Michael Cohen at the last roundtable how long CalPERS has been using TWR for this purpose, and he said, I think since I first started at CalPERS. Now, if that's the case, that would suggest the possibility the PE team has been reporting inflated figures for 8 years. Lastly, PE funds are illiquid. Their only true value is determined at liquidation. After submitting a PRA request and having to appeal, I finally received a table of liquidated funds for 3 years, 2022 through 24. Of the 115 funds, 20 lost money, 25 averaged 3% gain, and I did a money-weighted average to allow for greater weight for cash in, and I found overall return of about 6%, well below the huge TWR returns being reported. Shockingly, I found that the board was not being provided with liquidated fund reports, and I hope that you will request them as well as give much greater scrutiny to the TWR methodology. Thank you, and appreciate any feedback the board might have on this. Thank you.
Thank you. As usual, I want to remind everybody that the board does not comment on public comment. Yes, we have the ability to do so, but we choose not to because it would take too long. Our second caller, please.
Next, we have Terry Gray to comment on CIO's opening comments. Terry Gray, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Terry Gray, and I'm a CalPERS plan participant and a member of SEIU Local 1000. I'm speaking today to ask CalPERS to protect my retirement security and that of all plan participants by asking that CalPERS act so that the rights of security officers who work to protect CalPERS assets are represented and the work they do valued. Thousands of security officers across California are engaged in contract negotiations with their employers right now. Despite the high occupational hazards security guards face and the importance of security officers to the industry and clients that they serve, the security industry invests minimally in this key workforce and assets. According to a 2025 report from the Center for American Progress, CAP, security officers on average earn 29% less than the average private sector worker in general, and their wages have maintained stagnant over the past 2 decades, with the median hourly wage standing at $17. Moreover, wages for Black, Hispanic, and female security officers are consistently lower than wages for white and male officers. In the meantime, the cost of living between 2003 and 2022 has increased by 55%. According to the CAP report, 40% of security officers receive no health care from their employer, and 18% of officers rely on Medicaid. The most significant impact of the security industry's poor standards is a high turnover, with annual rates above 50% across the industry. These worker conditions are not in the interest of stakeholders, including CalPERS plan participants, who count on these workers to help ensure our investments stay valued and secure. In that context, I want to share a few reasons why I believe CalPERS, working with all stakeholders to ensure security officers receive a fair contract, aligns with your fiduciary duty to myself and other plan participants. 1, high security officer turnover drives up costs. 2, high turnover combined with insufficient training increases legal and reputational risk. 3, insufficient training can also lead to legal liability associated with overuse of force. 4, experienced union security officers stay on the job. And 5, improve employee retention boosts security and organizational preference. Thank you for engaging with all relevant stakeholders in the investment portfolio to help protect our interests as plan participants by lifting up standards, protections, and opportunities as security officers bargain for their contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Next caller.
Next, we have Tom Pattison to comment on geopolitical discussion. Tom Pattison, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is Tom Pattison, California taxpayer. Members of the board, I'm talking about Tesla as not an ordinary index constituent and presenting a combination of weak governance, excessive compensation, and geopolitical exposure that warrants your careful fiduciary review. In 2025, Tesla had a free cash flow of $6.2 billion, but had again $2.8 billion in stock compensation, treating that as real economic expenses. Generation of free cash was only $3.4 billion, but $2 billion was regulatory credits. Thus, the revenue is economically dependent on government mandates, which have geopolitical risk, requiring other manufacturers to purchase credits. Tesla additionally benefits from research tax provisions. Its financial performance cannot be viewed entirely as geopolitical and public policy risk. Now we compare this cash generation with the executive compensation. Musk's 2018 package, which has been approved, has a current value of $114 billion, even assuming he converted a conventional full-time schedule exclusively to Tesla for the entire 10-year life of the package. It works out to $5.5 million for every hour worked, or $95,000 per minute. Compare that to state employees. Calculation is favorable because he has all the other companies he's working for. Tesla's geopolitical exposure compounds this government's problem. It operates gigafactories in Shanghai, as possessing major energy storage facility in Shanghai. Its Chinese operations involve long-term land use rights and financing from Chinese leaders. Tesla itself warns tariffs, regulatory tariffs, export controls, and changing relationship with China has already affected its costs and could restrict it to essential components. Think rare earths and the use for their electric motors. Musk also controls, of course, SpaceX and Starlink, closely connected to American national security, defense, communication, international conflicts. China has expressed concerns about this, and this places Musk in an extraordinary position of depending on the Chinese government cooperation for Tesla while operating aerospace and communication business that may be viewed by China as strategic threats. His personal political interventions creates another layer of risk. A statement concerning Taiwan, Ukraine, European elections, or American trade policy can affect Tesla's regulatory treatment, consumer demands, and access to foreign markets. Tesla's registrations in Britain and Germany fell by more than half in July 2025 amid evidence of Musk's political views that were deferring some consumers. The fundamental issue is that Tesla's board has allowed its personal politics, diplomatic relationships, conflicts with outside business of one individual to become inseparable from the company's value. This board should not treat that exposure as routine market volatility. It should require enhanced governance and a geopolitical risk review and establish a prudent path to exit this investment. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate democracy in action.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we're going to move on to our next presentation, which is Global Public Equity Active Management Process. I asked for this some time ago to kind of explain how we move into active management in a very passive portfolio. So I'm hoping that Simiso and Stephen can give us a little bit of a education on that. So thank you very much, you guys. And I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, President Taylor. Good morning, members of the board. We're really excited to be here to present this item. My name is Simiso Nzima, CalPERS staff. I'm joined by Steve Carden, who heads our active public equities team. And as President Taylor said, we're here because the board asked for this item, really to get an understanding of how we invest, how we move from index investing to active investments. And as Stephen Gilmore, CIO, said earlier, the total CalPERS results were really impressive this year and going back a number of years, and public equity has had a strong contribution to those results. And the active public equity portion of that has done really, really well. And our default in terms of public equity investments is really to invest in index because of the low cost as well as the breadth in the market. It's only when you believe that you can beat the index that you actually move into active investments. And as you'll hear from my colleague today, we've really done a great job of beating the index over the last couple of years. Not only that, and we're excited about that, but what really we're excited about is the processes and the tools that we've put in place that will enable us to continue to be able to do this and really sustainable deliver in terms of the active alpha, the excess return above the index. I'll share a running quip within the team and about how hard it is to really be one of the public equity active managers, to get into the roster. And the running quib is that, it is just as hard to be selected to be one of our managers as it is to get into Ivy League colleges. And we've looked at this, we've looked at the numbers. The selection rate for Ivy League college is about 5.2%, and the selection rate for the active equity team is about 5.3%. So it is hard. And we're doing this because it's the fiduciary right thing. It's not a bug, it's a feature of the process. And again, when you take active risk, you want to be paid for it. So there's this concept of information ratio, and that is the excess return that you get per excess level of risk that you take. If you have an information ratio of 0.5, that is a really good information ratio. If you have an information ratio of 0.75, that's a very, very good information ratio. And if you have an information ratio of 1, that's an exceptional information ratio. And as you hear, our information ratio for the public equity team is around 1. So really exceptional performance, exceptional work by the team. But the processes that we've put in place are really, really good. We think we'll be able to continue to generate excess returns, continue to do more on active management. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Steve Carden.
Thank you, Simiso. And let's hope you didn't just set the top of that by saying those things. But yes, the performance has been quite good. Thank you all for having us here to talk about the active equity portfolio. I'm going to go through a few different things. Bear with me, I'm learning the slides here. So objectives. The first thing I want to do is kind of set a baseline understanding for what we mean by active investing in public equities. And we'll contrast this with investing in index funds. We'll also explain why we believe the endeavor is worthwhile despite the challenges. And we'll finish by taking a look at performance a little more closely. So first, regarding index funds, which still make up the majority of the exposure in the public equity book, they're meant to track the performance of the benchmark. So not beat it, just track it. Our index funds management requires experienced staff and robust processes, which we'll talk a little bit about. And this helps us facilitate matching the performance of the benchmark net of cost. And there are costs associated with implementation. Also, the index funds are managed in-house entirely, so that helps us save on cost as well. Trading in index funds is less than in active funds, but it still exists. We trade for corporate activity, things like mergers, acquisitions, spinoffs, and new share issues. And we also need to trade for cash flows, things like dividend reinvestment, pension payments, and rebalances at the total fund level. It's the fees here, 15 basis points or 0.15%, is what can generally be found in the marketplace. And again, we do that in-house, and our costs are less than 1 basis point. So a quick example here of how to construct an index fund, and we'll build on this with looking at active funds afterward. So we just put together a random group of 10, theoretical stocks. And the way you come up with the weight in the index for each security is by taking a look at the price and multiplying that by the number of shares that have been issued. Now, we do something a little bit different. We do add an investability weight adjustment. And this is because there's some shares that aren't readily available to the general public. They're closely held by firms, often founders, family members. And then there's also state-owned shares that we see internationally quite a bit. So once we make that adjustment, then we see here in the second to last column what the market cap is that's been adjusted for each stock. And then the weight is simply that stock's market cap divided by the total. In this simple example, the top one's 14% of the benchmark. Active management, on the other hand, attempts to beat the performance of the market or the index funds. It's heavily dependent on research. This is where managers put all their energy in trying to get an informational edge. Active management also requires much more frequent trading to monetize the views, and this means higher transaction costs, so it's a bigger hurdle. And across the board, in active management, we see fees of 60 basis points or more Contrast that with 15 or less for the index funds. So building on the example, we left off in column E where we saw the index fund weights. And draw your attention to the next column, the what the weight might be for a theoretical active manager. In column F, this would be based on that manager's views. We have traditional managers who use fundamental approaches where they look at very detailed examination of every single company. They can't do this for as many companies, but they go down to the minute detail. They understand the companies they're tracking. They look at industry analysis and they come up with a view. We also have quantitative managers who aren't looking at as much detail, but a lot of the same metrics. And they do this across thousands of companies. And so there's more breadth there. They don't have to be as accurate, but they have to get more of their bets correct. And we see in the last column what the active weight would be, which is basically the difference between what the manager's position is and what the index would tell them it should be. And I've highlighted here stock H, where in this case, the manager doesn't think that we should hold that stock at all. And so they have a very large active position. This represents an opportunity if they're right, but it also represents a risk of underperforming if they get that wrong. And here's a bar chart showing the same thing. In this case, you see that stock F, the manager thinks is basically the right weight in the index. They are pretty much tracking that, whereas stock H, they don't hold it at all. And ultimately, whether a manager is successful or not depends on hundreds, if not thousands, of these types of decisions on how they weight stocks relative to the index. So how difficult is it to get these types of decisions right? Here's some data through December of last year. Over the last 10 years, we see the success rate of managers in different regions. It's definitely more difficult in the US, where the markets are more efficient. There's more analyst coverage, information travels faster. But even in international and emerging markets, you're still seeing 70 to 80% of the managers fail to beat the benchmark. And keep in mind, this is before fees. So it's even more difficult after. Why is it so difficult to beat the index? Well, active managers are highly competitive and it's a profit-seeking industry. So information gets traded quickly and you have to take advantage of that. The fees, the cost hurdle that they take on is much higher, both for transaction costs and also the operational cost of the more complex operation. And then lastly, the recruiting, retention, development of staff is very expensive. Active managers get paid quite well. How difficult is it to pick the right stocks? Well, here's some historical data for you. Over the last 100 years in the US, more than half of the stocks actually did not add value throughout their entire history in the market. And 60% of them underperformed T-bills. And what that means is that very few companies have driven the majority of the value. And in fact, over this time period, only 46 stocks account for half of the wealth generation. And going back to our example of a potential active manager, you better hope that stock H is not one of these 46, or else you drastically underperform. Globally, over the last 30 years, the numbers are even worse. And in the last 20 years, if we look at the performance, you really see this concentration issue, which I'll show you on the next page, has really taken off in the last 10 years, but the largest stocks have done better than any others. Globally, the overall markets returned about 8.2%. Without the 10 largest stocks, you're looking at 7.6%. And this is because the 10 largest stocks over that time, which are reconstituted quarterly, because there is some turnover of which ones are the largest. But that cohort of the 10 largest over the 10 years has produced 12% return. So drastically different from the portfolio that does not include them. And here's the chart that shows that divergence. We show here $100 invested 10 years ago, what it would have done in the overall market, $295. Holding without the 10 largest stocks would have been $259, which means $36 less or $36 billion less on a $100 billion portfolio. So substantial impact. And the reason for that is those top 10 stocks over the same period of time would have grown from $100 to $654. So we've seen this divergence, and you know, it's hurt some managers, but our managers have actually dealt with it quite well. As you see, your CalPERS public equity portfolio has done pretty well. We look at the last 1, 3, and 5 years, and we've bifurcated this over the time period where we had a legacy portfolio, and then about 3 years ago, we began to put more money back into the active portfolio, and that's continued to do pretty well. Here's the cumulative chart over that time, and you can see, you know, at the point where we started to put money back in, we've added $65 billion over the last 3 years. And, you know, maybe the most impressive part about this is that the performance has maintained while putting that additional money into the active book. I think there was some expectation that that could be a dilutive effect, but we have not seen it, and we expect to continue to add more active money to the book. How have we been able to deliver this performance? Well, earlier we showed that the success rate outside of the US is much higher, and one of our areas of focus is to be in less efficient markets. So that means international and emerging markets. But we do have a couple of strategies that are global in nature, so they have US as well. We try to invest with managers who have superior skill and, you know, not as many of them. We've been able to add substantial amounts of money to our existing book, our existing managers, as well as pick up a few new ones. And we have favorable economics. The CalPERS scale and brand is real. Managers like to do business with us. They like to have the CalPERS name on their roster. It helps them market to other pensions, other asset owners, and they like the size of our mandates. But we also have a very good team internally that handles the fee negotiations and contract structuring, and that's paid off quite a bit. So our hurdle is lower for success. But this success does not come without effort. We have a disciplined institutional grade process. The framework needs to be consistent and efficient so that we can continue to re-underwrite our existing managers, as well as look for new additive managers that are out in the universe. We worked with the enterprise and other groups within the investment office a few years ago to roll out a new process for searching for managers. And this has ended up being much more efficient. I think we've cut the search process from, you know, 12 to 18 months down to about 9 months at this point, while still remaining competitive and fair. It's also critical for us to make sure that our decisions are made collectively and that there's shared accountability, both across the investment office and more closer to home in the global equity team. So we pull in perspectives from other asset classes and across functional areas within global equity. A quick look at the team. This is the entire team for Simiso's global equity portfolio. The second group there is the active equity team, so that's 7 people, myself included. We focus on 2 main work streams. The first one is underwriting investment strategies, both internally produced and external. And then the other part is actually building those internal strategies systematically. We do also work with a number of other areas on various pieces of this process, both within global equity across different functions, and then also we pull in people from areas outside of global equity. This includes building our search teams for when we do due diligence on managers. It's collaboration on research. I mentioned that our index funds are managed in-house, so we collaborate with the portfolio implementation team to both do the index funds as well as some of the active funds that we get as models and we implement in-house. And then we collaborate with the stewardship team on governance activities and reporting. Identifying these top talent managers requires empowering our team with the right resources and processes and governance. We've recently, in the last few years, been able to hire 2 new people. This puts our team of 7 at an average of over 20 years experience in the industry and over 10 years here at CalPERS. We've collaborated with the enterprise to streamline various processes. I mentioned those a moment ago. And we also have very strong tools for assessment of our managers, but we continue to take a look at best practices in the industry. In fact, the team just recently finished up a series of conversations with other asset owners, consultants, regarding best practices and what we could do, even better. And the last piece is identifying we have a well-established governance model. In global equity, we've had the capital allocation committee in effect since 2010. We also have a investment review committee. And then outside of global equity, we have very strong governance, especially with the addition of TPA and some additional accountability and shared ownership. I want to talk a little bit at the end here about the fees that we pay and our philosophy around them. Again, the internal staff, we manage all the index funds, and so we save quite a bit on that front. But on the active side, where costs can be 60 to 70 basis points or more if we were to, just get off the shelf figures. And keeping in mind that, over half of those managers don't beat the index, and so you're still paying those fees either way. That's led us to be, extremely diligent about how we structure our contracts. We do feel like we pay fair when the performance, the excess return is strong, but we want to pay as little as possible when it's not. And so we've moved towards more base plus performance fee structures with very low base fees. And last year, we came in at 34 basis points overall for the portfolio. Again, contrasting that with 60 basis points or more for off-the-shelf fees. Here's a quick look at the structure of the active book, and this is as of last December. We had 3 core strategy buckets. The first one is enhanced index, the second is multi-factor, and the third is traditional active. So this is the way within TPA we look at each of those as kind of a sleeve that the total fund would allocate to in concert with ourselves. The enhanced and multi-factor are internally developed and implemented systematic strategies. The traditional active, we have both externally sourced, we have all externally sourced strategies, but we implement some of them internally using models so that we can have lower cost and have operational efficiency. To summarize, CalPERS Global Public Equity team have been able to deliver strong active performance. This is based on having, a disciplined approach, and we try to deploy capital in less efficient areas of the market and hire the best investment managers we can find. Over the last 5 years, this has meant an average of 140 basis points excess return, which is 1.4% above the benchmark. And this would be top decile. Simiso mentioned risk adjusted. This would be top decile risk adjusted performance as compared to the investment manager universe. This excess represents over $2 billion of value added. And we like to look at that as how many pensions that might pay. That's over 10,000 pensions annually, just from that excess return of the active book. That concludes my formal remarks. Happy to take questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Great job. Do I have any questions from the board? Oh, thank you, Yvonne. Go ahead.
Hi, Stephen. You've mentioned, and I might have just didn't hear it. You had said that there was a new strategy.
I don't know about a new strategy. We've had some new governance in place as we work with TPA on that. And so as we look at each of our strategies in the past, we would allocate to them based on decisions made in global equity alone, whereas now we're working with the total fund team to think about top-down allocations to each of those strategies.
Yeah, Stephen, I think the question was more about getting back into active strategies in public equity versus the index strategy.
Okay.
And that happened just a few years ago.
Yeah, we had been on hold since 2019, where we hadn't added any additional managers or accounts. I hesitate to use the word strategy. It means different things in different settings, but different managers, different accounts. So we began to add money back into the active book about 3 years ago. So late 22, 23.
All right, thank you.
Melissa?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm wondering whichever way, whichever active or passive benchmark beating or tracking strategy that's being used, what does active ownership look like across the approaches? Because passive holdings still carry proxy votes and engagement rights. So are we applying the same stewardship standard to our passive index positions, or does engagement activity and intensity change based on which strategy bucket is being used?
Yeah, thank you for the question. In terms of stewardship, we apply a universal standard across everything we own. So we vote proxies and engage companies even on active strategies or even on those that are externally managed. So we manage some of money internally, but some money is managed by external managers, and we still vote those shares and engage those companies. So there's no distinction. So since we're a universal owner, we do the engagement across everything else.
Thank you.
Okay. Yvonne, do you have another question?
Oh.
That's okay. Anybody else? So again, I want to thank you guys for bringing this to the board. Did I miss somebody? Okay. I especially wanted to know how this was working because I know it's hard to beat the index. So I'm very pleased to see the results of this, and thank you very much for your work. I imagine it's a bit tough, but again, thank you very much, and thank you for the great presentation. And with that, yeah. Great work. With that, we're actually ahead of time. So do I have to stick to the agenda still? Oh, well. So why don't we take a break now? I'm going to run it for our normal break was supposed to be 15 minutes. Huh? Oh, yeah, I have one caller. I'm sorry for the presentation. 3 now. Ooh, go ahead.
Taylor, we have Ralph Ballart to comment on the global public equity presentation. Ralph Ballart, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Yes, it's a pleasure to address the board once again. I'm Ralph, physics professor, former Bell Labs systems engineer, and I am a proud member of Team Cassandra. We tell you what's going to happen with Tesla stock and SpaceX stock, and you continue to ignore what we say.
Ralph,
Mr. Nzima.
Yes. You're talking about CalPERS?
No.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've addressed CalPERS and CalSTRS many times. So our experience is that we tell you what's going to happen with Tesla stock and now SpaceX stock, and we continue to be proven correct. Tesla as a stock for consideration for active management is now increasingly a marginal player in the EV markets of most concern, which is China and Europe. Their market share is plummeting. Analysts, perhaps on your team, get very excited about physical AI.
if you look at humanoid robots, there are at least 50 to 100 startups and companies developing those. The chance that Tesla would be have a monopoly position in that is kind of ridiculous on the surface. With respect to full service driving, their robo-taxis, Elon Musk has continued over 8 years to predict that they are 6 months away. It's not happening. We've told you why it's not happening. They have the wrong sensor suite. They depend on cameras, whereas successful companies like Waymo use cameras, LiDAR, and radar. When you deal with a probabilistic system like just cameras, the cameras make a wrong prediction via their AI, bad things happen. With respect to SpaceX, in today's market, they're almost approaching their $135 offering price. And the key thing about that is if you go back to the space shuttle, it depended on ceramic heat tiles.
Your time is up,
protect
sir.
the ship.
Thank you very
Pardon me?
much. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to in-person. That was, 3 callers, right? So two more callers, and then I'll move to in-person.
Yes, next we have Anna Fazio to comment on the global public equity presentation. Ann Fazio, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Hi, I'm Anna Fazio, CalPERS retiree. SpaceX's IPO will be the largest such IPO in history and potentially the most overhyped. Morningstar analysts reportedly valued SpaceX at less than half the company's target IPO valuation and warned investors may have better opportunities to buy after the offering. Only Musk is in a position to make decisions. He will own 85.1% of all shareholder votes, so he'll be able to control the outcome of matters requiring shareholder approval, including the selection of board directors. SpaceX is best known as a rocket ship firm with billions of dollars in U.S. government contracts aimed at transporting humans to the moon. But SpaceX describes its mission in part as building the systems and technologies necessary to make life multiplanetary. None of SpaceX's goals are rationally achievable within the traditional investor's horizon of a few years or even a few decades. Starlink provides the largest share of SpaceX revenue in 2025 with $4.42 billion in net income. SpaceX operations lost $657 million, and AI lost $6.36 billion. The IPO looks like a massive bet on AI propped up by Starlink profits. This morning, SpaceX was down 4.62% and Tesla down 2.74%. Elon Musk and other AI companies are pressuring the financial firms that decide which stocks go into the index funds commonly held in everyday people's 401ks and IRAs to change the rules and allow these companies to gain access to working people's retirement accounts. Don't let billionaire CEOs rig the rules that govern our retirement security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we have Helen Graves to comment on the global PE presentation. Helen Graves, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and attention. As the other two callers spoke, this is in relation to the active management, and I'm putting forth an emphatic request to fully divest from Tesla and all Musk companies. It's an overinflated stock that's often traded at much higher price-to-earnings ratios than traditional automakers or even other large tech companies. Its stock swings far more than the broader market or than most retirement-oriented holdings. And even if the holding were doing well, Musk is a deeply flawed, morally impaired individual And I speak for many other CalPERS investors when I say we do not want our money supporting him in any way. Please listen to your constituents and divest from Tesla immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to move on to in-room commentators, and I have Edward Hasbrook and Ruth Raditsky, and you both can come to each microphone, and I'll have Edward go first. And Edward, let's keep it considerate and professional.
Thank you. My name's Edward Hasbrook. I'm here to ask you to sell Tesla. And unfortunately, for more than a year, what we've gotten from this board have been brush-offs and buck passing. When we came before you first more than a year ago, we were told we're an amoral organization. We only look at financial issues. When we said we're here because Tesla is an overpriced, overly risky investment that endangers the fund, we were told, well, we don't make those decisions, the staff does. You'll have to talk to the staff. When we finally got a meeting with Mr. Nzima and others on the staff, they told us, well, we have no mandate from the board to assess the valuation of individual stocks. We'd only do that if the board told us to. So we came back to the board, and finally, last fall, you directed the staff to prepare an assessment of the risk and valuation of Tesla. And you considered it, finally, 6 months later, despite the urgency of the situation, at your March meeting, in closed session, and decided to maintain your investment of Tesla for reasons that remain entirely opaque. When we requested the staff report you relied on under the Public Records Act, it was withheld in its entirety. And if you want the public to have any confidence in that decision, given that you've already made your decision, there's no pre-decisional information to be released. Release that report. I urge the board to direct the staff to release that report so that we'll understand why you think and why your staff thinks and told you that there's reason to have confidence that you'll know in advance when the Tesla bubble is going to burst. It's done well so far as a meme stock backed by Musk's cult of personality and his corrupt relationship with President Trump, which flows both ways, both laying off en masse public employees in the federal sector and in the other direction, and securing corrupt favorable treatment both for Tesla and SpaceX from the government, but also Musk persuading Trump that white South Africans like him were an oppressed class, so deserving of special treatment that he persuaded the government to admit not one single person other than a white South African to the US as a refugee in the last year. But fundamentally, you've given no reason for us to trust a secret decision based on a secret report. And even the report that we just heard, while it goes into the process and acknowledges finally that you do, in fact, make active decisions about individual stocks, gives us no information about the criteria by which you pick them or how, under those criteria, once again, you could possibly have confidence that you will know in advance when the Tesla stock bubble is going to burst. Get out now while you can still take a profit. Sell Tesla now.
Thank you, Mr. Hasbrook. Ms. Radetsky?
Good morning. I'm Ruth Radetsky, former CalPERS member from San Francisco, here to ask you to sell Tesla. You made it clear 2 board meetings ago that you had heard what you had to say and wanted us to go away. I'll be very happy to go away as soon as you honor your duty to the future, as well as your fiduciary duty, and sell all your Tesla holdings and exclude from your portfolio all companies controlled by and enriching Elon Musk, whether or not they tweak their governance structures to satisfy your demands. When the old order is, as Professor Johnson said so well, being dismantled, following indices with 60% of your global equity portfolio isn't the risk reduction Ms. Frost and Mr. Gilmore say it is. It is certainly not an argument to hold Tesla. Thanks to Professor Johnson for saying what we've been saying, values questions are fiduciary questions. What did the pension managers who bought IG Farben stock in the 1920s or 1930s think of that choice in 1946? 20 years from now, what will you tell California's retired public servants about your choice to hold Tesla? 20 years from now, what will you tell your grandchildren? Sell Tesla, all of it now, and stay out of SpaceX.
Thank you, everyone. And with that, we are going to go to break, and we're now on time, so we'll go on break until 10:35 a.m. Thank you. Hello? Oh, there we are. Now I can hear me. Sorry about the hammer, but apparently my mic wasn't working. So, good. So we are back now, and we are looking at AI from the asset manager's perspective. And Stephen and Robyn, take it away.
Look, thanks very much, President Taylor. It is a real pleasure to have Robyn Grew with us today. She is the CEO of Man Group, and Man's a special organization because it's been in existence for more than 240 years.
It has. It's very close to being 250, but not quite.
We're always very conservative. 250 years, that's amazing. Yeah. Manages more than $200 billion. You have some of the details in the notes for this meeting. But Robyn's worked across different jurisdictions. She spent time in New York, Tokyo, London, and has had a variety of roles, including Chief Operating Officer. She's been General Counsel. She's led ESG. She was President at Man, and now, of course, as CEO. I also have to warn you that she started out life as a barrister, and a barrister in the UK is, think of it like a trial lawyer or a litigator. So she's always up for a debate. Doesn't like to lose.
We're all here for it.
Let's do it, team.
So we want to make this interactive. So I have a whole series of questions. Robyn and I, talked about things, but I thought I'll start off with a fairly easy one, and people should feel free to just ask questions along the way. But Robyn, to start off with, AI. What do we need to think about?
Yeah. Well, that's a big question, right? So, first of all, thank you for having me. It's very nice to be here, and I'll reiterate what Stephen has said. Please just jump in with questions. As more interactive this can be, the better, and hopefully I'll be able to answer at least some of the questions. So what is AI? I'm going to roll it back even further. In the last 18 months or 2 years, there's not been one meeting I've had anywhere in the world with any type of allocator or bank or advisor that hasn't involved a discussion about AI. What does it mean? How is it going to change what we do? How does it change the world more generally? How do we think about it in its integration? How do we think about it politically? What do we care about? How fast is it moving? Can we adopt it quickly enough? Is it going to actually provide all of that extraordinary growth, or is it going to result in something much more catastrophic in the world and in the space? So it touches every single part of every conversation. How do we use it in allocation methodologies? How do you use it in execution methodologies? It's touching every part of every organization, and it's in every conversation. So if I just chatter, and then Stephen, by all means, poke me. So there was a quote about AI, and what would AI really look like by way of a success story? What would be the test case for AI and success? And one of the earlier definitions, bearing in mind we're talking about something in the last 2 or 3 years, so really quite recent, was, well, let's be clear, can AI, the success story on AI is when it can do everything that on a screen-based task that we can all do. So can it do screen-based tasks better or the same as everybody else, right? Any human being. And that definition has changed slightly. And this is, if you look at the CEO of DeepMind, you'll see a definition that's slightly different now. And it's been coined many different things, but one of it is the Einstein test, which is if you could load all of the world's knowledge effectively up until 1911 into the system, can it then, of its own mind, solve relativity, the theory of relativity? In other words, independent thought. We're a long way away from that, it seems to me. We're very, very close to the first definition, really. And so as this changes the way that we think about how we run our organizations, how we run asset management, but it's also how it impacts the entirety of the things that we do outside of our world in every single industry space, in how markets operate, in the efficiencies, in every different type of industry itself. So will it cure cancer? statement that you've probably heard an awful lot about. How is it affecting pharmaceuticals? How does it affect anything that you can run data through? That's how AI is being thought about. But we're at a different development point to the one that is it thinking on its own? Is it making investment decisions ab initio? Is it doing something like that? It's not quite there yet.
So
Ms.
Well,
Walker.
while you were talking, I was just thinking, because, I've been getting through probably the stuff I look at. But so now they have an app out and it tells you like, invest $20 and don't look at it. And then it'll be this in X amount of time. I'm assuming it's some version of the same thing.
It's an interesting question. I mean, what AI is at the moment is a great aggregator. Within the mean, it does incredibly well in some ways, right? So I was reading an article just yesterday on the plane here, which was saying, who are the most fearful in financial services right now? And now I'm not suggesting that I support this view. I'm just saying the article was saying the people who are most worried right now in financial services are the independent advisors. Because across every single social media platform and TV adverts and all the rest of it are exactly that. If you ask AI, should I buy X, Y, and Z today, or should I sell something, that's how people are thinking about investing right now. They're not necessarily going to their independent financial advisor. And if they are, their independent financial advisor are saying, well, we're using these AI tools. And then you got the circularity of that, right? So there is something that's quite interesting about, again, this as an aggregator. Can I tell you about things that are happening today within the mean? Yes. But is that independent thought? Does it help you? Let me spin it on its head a little bit for the purposes of this audience. Does it help you with a big institutional allocation? If you went into your whatever you've got, Claude or whatever it is, OpenAI on your phone right now and said, hey, what should we do? It would be very unlikely, in fact, I'd say it would be not a great answer for you to think about how you're managing a portfolio. How do you integrate and think about uncorrelated risk? How do you think about the stuff that human beings get involved in that ultimately are able to think about things that create different data sets that enable you to test the robustness and resilience of a portfolio through volatile markets? That isn't what AI is going to do for you right now. Now, you should ask me, well, how are you doing it then? Okay, thanks for that. So how do we think about it? We think about it like this. What we're not, and this is perhaps not surprising, is I can't tell you what's going to happen in the markets. We've never been good at that. We've never been good at a market timing piece. Anybody who says they're good at timing markets, please introduce them to me. I've been around this world literally for 30 odd years, and it's very difficult to do. What we can say is we're not in a benign environment anymore. What you can say is the great moderation, and you might have heard that phrase before, that sort of 10 to 15 years of money was free, zero interest rates, no inflation, kind of a nice, easy place to be. We look back on that and might think that was good. Maybe not. You're not in that anymore. The world is in a fractional place. Geopolitics is changing the structural environment. We are in a place where there is inflation, and there are central banks trying to curb that inflationary pressure points. There are changes in the workforce. There is changes in AI. So you have volatility. And you have dispersion. So you have markets that are doing strange things up and down, or high volatility, and within that you have asset classes that are behaving differently, and within asset classes themselves, different assets doing different things. So in a market like that, or an environment like that, what do you all need to think about? Well, you need to think about how resilient you want your portfolio to be. How uncorrelated do you want the different investments to look like? Because what you're trying to do at that point is say, how do I make sure that despite whatever is going up and down, I can still guarantee a certain return, or I can still provide some certainty of the resilience of that portfolio. That's hard. It's hard when we're at a time when bonds and equities are correlating. It's hard when you have to seek out different alpha sources. It's hard to truly look at portfolios and understand the risk and understand what happens if there are particular events that happen to us. And so in our world, what I try to do as a Man Group, and as I say, nearly 250 years old, not quite, is we are predicated on finding and running strategies that are uncorrelated to one another. So there are 75 plus strategies that we operate. You can access those strategies via systematic capabilities. So we have 35 years of really quite deep heritage in quantitative investing, or we have the stuff that you're most used to seeing in discretionary or fundamental investing. They do different things. Credit does something different to equities. Systematic equities does something different from European equity long-only portfolios. They do different things. They access different alpha streams. And the thing that we do is we can put them together in a format that is useful for the particular challenge that a particular allocator might find themselves in. What's interesting about what we do is we service plans, pension funds, annuities, endowments, sovereign wealth, all over the world. And so what we also bring to the table, and this is part of what Stephen and I talk about all the time, is the lessons that are being learned or the questions that are being asked by other people everywhere else. And that's why AI is so interesting, because it's a common theme. There's a common theme about trying, therefore, to think about total portfolio allocation. How do you think about resilience in this world? In the same way that countries are trying to build resilience, so allocators are building resilience. And what's needed more and more is the ability to do more, to focus in on what your portfolio stress profile looks like. And the more tools that we have to do a better job of that, the better we can be. If I might give you an example, it's a question I haven't answered. That's why I'm giving you as an example. So one of the things that we think about, and one of the questions that's been posed to us by a client, is how do we understand drawdown risks? And the reason that that's a more complicated question than it sounds, the left tail risk, in other words, is because we don't actually have that many significant drawdowns in most recent history. We really don't. So if you're going to create a resilient and robust portfolio, you need to be able to think about all of the different scenarios that might be the cause of a drawdown for your portfolio. And so we are using AI, the agentic capabilities that we have, to find multiple different data scenarios which enable you to predict how drawdowns may realize. What are the little tenets that give you the sort of the heads up that this might be one of those? And if the more data you have that enables you to think about the resilience of what you have, the better placed you are as you move forward and as you try to horizon scan what the next opportunities and indeed what the next challenges may be. So part of the partnership that we like to bring, and it's a partnership we value enormously, is the conversation. That isn't about me saying, I'm selling you a product. That's about us going, listen, we've got a bit of a conundrum here. This is hard. How do we do a better job of understanding the problem and the question, and then we can talk about how we think about answering it.
Stephen, go ahead.
Just pivot slightly, because people are adopting AI, and I'm quite interested in your comments on the adoption rates, the implementation at Man.
Yeah.
What it's being used for, and how you look after the governance. I'm also interested in the types of people who flourish in this new environment and the types of people who struggle.
Great questions. Yeah, listen, it's a great question because it's hard, right? What are the barriers to adoption of AI and agentic generally? Well, people, they're a good barrier. If they don't want to, they don't like to. You know, that there was, you know, again, let's look at history, that there's a reason we all know the phrase Luddite, right? They were around smashing up machines because they didn't quite fancy them. You know, these industrial revolutions are hard and people are rightfully and nervous about them. I have a 22-year-old going on 23 at the end of this month, and this is really complicated for that generation. What does work look like? What does a job look like? You know, people are nervous about this, and if you forget that people are people and you think of them as just employees, that's it's daft. You've got to sort of tackle the fact that there's a challenge here. Now, there's a quote that I'm going to mess up, so forgive me, but one thing that I believe very much is that AI is not going to replace humans, but humans who don't use AI will probably be replaced, or certainly are more challenged. There are definitely roles that are getting disrupted faster than others. So when you say to an organization, as we did, hey, listen.
So Robyn, I'm going to interrupt you because I find that curious. So
yeah.
Humans that don't use AI will be a problem. So explain that a little deeper.
So I think those, but in the workplace particularly, if that there, I think the power of the tool is so strong in every part of your world. So let me give you man as just the best, an obvious example. So we have people who are quantitative traders, who are researchers, who are literally rocket scientists. They are astrophysicists and PhD mathematicians and comp sci from the best schools across the whole world. They're scary to have dinner with. They're that clever. I just asked whether they were.
We'll have to discuss that later. That's
we
hilarious.
can definitely discuss that later. If you want to feel not as smart as you thought you were, you come to dinner sometimes at Man Group and sit either side of a quant and another researcher, and well, they argue whether string theory is baby steps or not. I don't know. So at Man Group, you have people who are incredibly mathematically capable and able. And at other parts of this organization, I have an engine room that is equally important. The operations teams, the people who process the nigh on $8 trillion of notional value of trading that we put through the markets every year. And what they come in and do every day is hugely important. They are not astrophysicists. The adoption at a research quant level and the adoption of AI for making our worlds smarter, faster, and more efficient at the operations level, hugely important. There are different cases, there are different uses, they operate differently, and the adoption is critical for both of them to be the best they can be, and for us to be able to deliver the smartest organization we can deliver. So it's as important to me that my operations teams adopt, and in fact, it's remarkably that 3-4 years ago, Stephen, when we had this conversation, when we weren't talking about AI, we were talking about robotics. I mean, not robots, but the robotic capabilities within processing flows. The highest use case at Man Group was in operations. So people who adopt AI as a tool that enables them to be smarter and better, for there to be less errors, less friction in your organizations, smarter reporting, better insights, better horizon scanning, all of that stuff is as valuable in those teams as it is in alpha sourcing and data sets. And so when I say, and that sense of being able to use it as a tool, you know, we don't use abacuses. What's the abaci?
Yeah,
abacus. Somebody knows that better. More than one abacus. You know, we use calculators all day long. We walk around, and I took my phone out because otherwise it might beep, but we walk around, all of you, with telephones that are more powerful than the supercomputers we had 20 years ago that took up probably the size of this room. we use AI all day long. It's why you're, I'm sure you're not on TikTok, but were you, or on Instagram or any of these things, you're seeing, these are the algorithms that are working behind you. It's why your Amazon cart, you get very good suggestions about what you should be buying. It's all of that stuff. It's the quality and the level of data that's getting used. But you need to bring organizations along with you, because otherwise there is a sense that what you're going to do is you're going to replace people with AI. Actually, I need the people to train the AI. The domain experience is valuable to train the agent, and the agent will make my domain experience better. And so there has to be a social imperative, a heartfelt imperative for your employees that you are on the journey with them, that this is about us making the organization better. It's about them being able to do more and do more of the stuff that's more fun. It's about creating an environment in large part of safety, but not without recognizing that jobs are going to change. They will, of course, change, but we have more agency over it than the sense that you're just dropping AI on top of them. So number one, that. Number two is we've released this capability in a very thoughtful way, actually, because clearly we care very much about our data, but in a way that allows people to experiment. And experimentation is key. I spend all of my time also trying to break it. That's my own personal fun, because you can, because it's not a perfect tool. And so the more that you learn from it and learn with it, the better you are. And so we have an incredibly high adoption rate of AI. I think at the last stat, and by the way, I have a competitive firm. And so, of course, there was a league table set up. I don't know, I didn't do it. But there was a league table set up with different teams saying how much adoption, basically how many tokens they'd used, how many thought experiments they'd run, and videos posted saying, listen, I had this, I was really cross about doing this particular piece of work. So I went into what we call Maya, so the man AI system, and I put in this and it didn't do that, so I did something else, and then I did this, and then it came up with this thing, and now something that took me a week now takes me 1 hour. And it's not curated, it's literally filmed by somebody on their phone and posted up, and the lessons that are learned across different parts of the organization are being shared. And that brings with it excitement. It brings with it about something that is about recognizing that we all have incredibly smart people around us. And if you give them tools that make them smarter again, they kind of love it, so long as they don't think that there's some other agenda that is trying to make sure that this is about them doing somehow us getting rid of people. That's not the point. And so that's cool.
So I have a question on that. So in the thought experiment scenario, what happens when someone puts some data in and the agent is just like completely wrong, and your staff goes, oh, that's really wrong? What do they do with it? Does that get written down anywhere? Does the fails get tracked as much as the successes to then learn in the future?
Well, it's actually, I do that. I mean, I put it's a very dull, I'll give you the dull prompt I did. So there's a particular strategy, which it's very simple, and it's a US currency strategy, and the market tends to run it long dollars, short emerging market currencies, right? Simple. I just happen to know that in the particular thing I was querying, we had reversed it. So we were short dollar in this particular part of a strategy, and we were long emerging currencies. But I queried, I said, listen, what was the performance yesterday of this particular strategy, tiny stream, but because I knew, and I was being mischievous, I knew that we were opposite. And it came back immediately and would reverse the values. And I said, this is the other thing you learn, don't be polite. I started off saying please and thank you, don't need to. Agents don't have manners, so no manners needed. And so I said, I think you're wrong. I think there's and it came back and went, no, you're 100% right, Robyn, sorry for that. and reversed it. So all of that is both, there are two reasons for doing it. One, it's learning and you're pointing it at a different neural network. Two, absolutely, we learn from that. And it's a really good point because I had a last, what day is it? I get Monday, right? Last week, I should know better. Should look that up on AI. What day is it? Anyway, that aside. So last week, one of my latest updates with my discretionary team. So these are the people who trade and invest as without systematic, without any algorithmic trading, right? So they are old school discretionary managers who cannot get enough of how this is helping them do stuff. And I can give you examples of how. But really interestingly, we had this update, and what became clear is, and it gets to your point about people, so I'll get there in a minute as well. You are as good as your prompt. You're as good as the question you ask, in other words. This is where my legal training, for once, is coming in quite usefully. And so the smarter the prompt, the better the output, the quicker you get good answers and high quality returns. And so what do? If you're my tech team and my AI team, you build an agent that helps people prompt better. So I would put in a prompt, you press the button in effect, and the agent now translates that into a better quality prompt, which then is used with the tokens, the licenses. Faster, better, smarter. So absolutely we learn. In fact, I think you learn way more sometimes from the failed experiment. That's the challenge, by the way, in an environment which is full of alpha people. I mean, those same PhD blah, blah, blahs, they're not very good at failing, right? They don't like it. They're like succeeding always. And so when you're creating an environment where we're actually saying, no, actually the value to learn, to go and find as many outputs that are wrong is as valuable as those that are right. And it goes exactly to your point. You learn from experimentation. Experimentation is about failure as much as it's about success. And so that goes to people. So the people, right?
I got a question on the people too.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about, let's say, an existing workforce, high adoption rates. Robyn didn't mention the number, but I was told that something like 96% of
That's
people
correct. Yep.
at MAD have adopted AI. But I also see anecdotally that some of the frontier model creators are employing a lot more philosophers. So, one I can think of has more than 20, I think, PhDs in philosophy. Are they able to ask better questions? They think differently? Is it changing the type of people you want to employ, or does it change the type of training you give your people?
Yes, and all of that. I think always, we have always been better as an organization culturally to have as many diverse thinkers as possible. I think that's why difference matters ever so much. I think that there's a huge danger of that confirmatory bias piece coming into play. I think the more that you have different nationalities, different trainings, academics, different gender, different, all of these things make a difference. The storyboard that you walk in with makes you richer. Ever were it thus? And so, that sounded very philosophical, but ever were it thus? The reality is, the smarter the outside the box thinker, the more fascinating and interesting these things can be. You don't want 10 people asking the same question. You just don't. And so I think that I think there's going to be much more interesting kind of liberal artsy philosophy type things going on. I think, though, it's cultural. I think you have to have an environment where you don't just hire philosophers and make them work in your environment. You've got to create the culture that's actually curious. Create a space where asking the out of the box, being part of the difference, approaching the question entirely differently, not actually approaching that question at all. I think that's what's interesting. It's why man has always had quite a deep relationship with a lot of academic institutions. And Oxford is one where we have our own institute, which we've had now for about 18 years, where we have experimented long with machine learning, with AI in its earliest forms, with large language models, with all of these things. But there's a real interest which you have to cultivate to want to create difference. Otherwise, it isn't going to be different. You're just put people in an environment and then you're going to straitjacket them into the way that you've always done it. Actually, change is uncomfortable, largely for anybody you place it or you make change, right? We all love change so long as we're in charge of it, largely. So that the reality of empowering people to come up with something that feels weird or different is valuable. We've run an entire innovation week. So we've done this thing recently with all of
Robyn,
our quants.
I,
Yes,
I don't
sorry.
want to interrupt you, but Mr.
Go.
Mike wants to talk.
Mr. Dedoy.
Thank you for being here. It's fascinating. And I think one of the things that I always wonder is when there's a consolidation in machine learning and AI, what is the processes or safeguards that you have that you're not going to get the confirmation bias from the machine learning because there's going to see the similar inputs and the questioning, and then it's almost as bad as groupthink and everything else. So it's, you know, there has to be the testing and the safeguards. Otherwise, you will. AI is going to say, "Yeah, everything looks great. Your modeling looks awesome."
Yes, and absolutely can't happen, but I'll tell you why. So, one, we don't have one version of AI, right? So we have we are adopters of all frontier lab capabilities. We don't use any of those capabilities singularly either. So I have two different approaches within systematic that are attacking frontier lab AI adoption and agentic use differently to one another. Within that, we have the ability to back test and test against the own model. So it's using agents. Let me try and frame this differently. So ultimately, I think what we all have to be very, very concerned about or thoughtful about is cognitive surrender. Let's not. There should be a Nike t-shirt that says that. Let's not. Cognitive surrender, bad thing. But it's very, very interesting how quickly people are willing to believe AI. So I have a lot of people who don't believe in AI in the sense of they're quite curious about the answers. So if you think about the pyramid being one where you can create agents that operate, that you spin out to do a bunch of different work for you, and then you create a layer where you effectively have agents that will check agents, back test and scenario test and pressure test. And then you get a review. Now there are multiple stages in between there, but then you get a review that is a human being. I can give you a great example of this. My CIO did a little bit of a query, it's a terribly straightforward query, which is in the last 10 years from a particular bank set of research reports, show me where large language models have started to be used to create the research reports, right? Dead easy. So you'd have expected there to be a not very much, not very much, not very much, not very much, and then a spike. Sure enough, the result came back with exactly that. Last 18 months, huge use of language models. And then we looked at the underlying prompts, which you know are not just in quant language, they're in plain English that I can look at. And at one point it said, sampled the first 3 pages of all research reports. And my CIO went back and said, I don't want to sample the first 3 pages, read the whole thing. Came back and a very different profile where actually barely anything was able to be indicated as a large language model produced. Now, why is that? Well, probably because the taxonomy in research reports is relatively standardized. It's not that exciting. You get the same numbers and the same different accounting standards throughout. And I said, well, that's probably why. And then he said, funny you should say that. I wrote a report. I submitted it into whatever he was using as the model, and it came back and said this was written by a large language model, and we knew it wasn't. So the testing is done at every point, but we also look at every single prompt and where the data goes. So what are you going to test to enable you to understand it? So cognitive surrender is not part of the philosophy at Man, but it's something you have to be careful of. The less domain knowledge somebody has, the more likely they are to believe the answer that they might get in first instance. So ensuring that there is balances and checks in there, critical to it, absolutely critical to it.
It's interesting talking about cognitive surrender and the other side, model sycophancy.
Yeah, and a desire for quick speed. I mean, I think there's it's more data isn't necessarily best data.
I got a question about some of the, let's say, the winners, and I'm going to paraphrase a quote. Someone made a comment that two of the winners from AI adoption will be tradespeople and neurodivergent people. Thoughts on that?
I mean, winners. There are a couple of reasons why that quote resonates, in that it's again back to difference of thinking and difference of capability within your workforce. The more out of box thinkers you have, the more people who are attacking questions and queries differently, the better. But also, you have let me zoom out. The world is changing. The jobs that are most obviously being threatened and talked about being threatened are the ones that don't involve people, going and looking after you, or mending your leaky pipes, or, doing your, sparky work, doing your electricity thingy bobs, or renovating your house, or whatever those things are. Those are the things that are very much harder. Your nurses are harder to replace. High caring, high human interaction, harder to replace. Commoditized roles, something that you can automate, easier to replace. But it wasn't there was a point at which Keynes suggested that there was going to be a life of perpetual leisure. I haven't seen that happen yet either. Anybody who knows where that is, please let me know. Likewise, when the invention of trains, the thought was that the human body could not survive traveling at more than 30 miles an hour. Throughout history, we have had a bunch of moments, even more smaller than that. The introduction of ATMs, there was an outcry about what would that mean for bank tellers, and the need for interaction with human beings. And there are more bank tellers now, let me tell you, than there were before ATMs. So there are definitely spaces where we are going to see significant adoption and betterment or capability from it. What I cannot tell you is what happens after that. And there is plenty of data that is suggesting that infinite growth, infinite capability, and there's the alternative to that, which I'm not going to talk about, and every step in between that. I think what is challenging about AI and agentic is the cadence of which it is growing and being integrated. That is a cadence we have not easily consumed historically. Change normally happens slower. This is fast. The stuff I can do today at Man Group, I didn't and couldn't do 6 weeks ago, and likewise 6 weeks before that. The change is significant.
We haven't talked about some of the other societal questions, because a lot of need for compute, energy, water, in addition to fears about employment. Anything we should be thinking about? Any thoughts you have on those topics?
Again, it's a question we talk about. It's an interesting one because. No. When she finishes. You sure? Yeah. Do your thought, because mine's a different thought. Okay. So there are. I'm sure you have had this conversation before. That there are some significant impacts from in our world from things like data centers. I'm sitting in Monterey. I'm not I'm not blind to what this county and has thought about, or indeed what's happening with Erin Brockovich, or so on and so forth. This sort of the movement against the data center piece. It's crazy to think that, is it Utah that's just about to embark on a project which has data centers twice the size of Manhattan or something. I mean, these are big spaces. They take up an awful lot of energy and they need an awful lot of water. No two ways about it. The US has a different approach to it than, for example, China. That's because the US has a different way of leading than China does. China is leaning into alternatives, renewables, and has a different access to dams and water. There's a reason that the US is thinking and why progress is such an interesting piece around data center usage, and is there an opportunity for data centers to be in space, and all of this is very live in the conversation space. What does it mean? Well, it means that, number one, you have to think about the communities that we all serve. I think about that a lot. We come into work to do one thing every day, and that's to serve you and our other clients, because what matters is ultimately the people that we're all aligned to try and protect and provide financial security to. So I care about it because I need to know whether it's going to do something or provide opportunities or provide risk scenarios that we need to be mindful of. I need to be thoughtful about that because it matters to markets, it matters to valuations on things, it matters to climate, it matters to all sorts of opportunity sets and risk sets. And so we are thoughtful about it. There is also no doubt that there is significant disruption that can happen at the end of this. You don't have to go very far into our history to think about DeepSeek and what DeepSeek did to discombobulate the US tech capabilities in a very short period of time. Now, is that an ongoing issue? Potentially. Potentially. There's another question about, hang on a second, if we all become very dependent on particular frontier labs, what does that do? Well, at the moment, the open source capability is coming quick and fast behind the private frontier lab capabilities. So there's a very interesting piece as we think about strategically how we position our firms for the use of these capabilities too. So we think about it at a societal level, we think about it at a market level, we think about it as an alpha generation level, we think about it as a protection for our own organizations, and we think about it as a national security level. I mean, these things are significant, and the alliances are changing between our governments and between our countries, and that is important and interesting too. So this is one of those points where we think about it at 100,000 feet and we think about it at 1 centimeter.
Yvonne?
So I was going to ask that, I am going to ask, so typically in government work, right, we are slow adopters of things. We are not at the cutting edge of anything. And so what does that mean, like for us CalPERS as an investor, right? And not necessarily having all of the same tools. Like what you're talking about is very exciting to me, but I don't think that we're going to have the same kind of tools as man. And so what do we do, and how do we best position ourselves to do the best? I don't know if I'm being clear.
No, I think so. And Stephen, I don't want to overstep. I mean, it far be it from me to tell or you anything actually, probably, but let me. Okay, I'll do my best. So, what you do have are people like Man Group, and leaning into the capabilities we have is part of what I suggest you need to be looking at with all of your managers and advisors. We have tools and we have capabilities and we have research, and we will partner and we will help answer your questions using the resources that we have, and we have more of them in this particular regard. We certainly are part of your team. We're not your team, we're part of your team. We want to make sure that we are valuable to you, but I would expect that you should expect your managers to do more than provide you with just product. And that is critical to you. It would be my suggestion. I think also don't underestimate the capability of this team. So again, I spend a lot of time with people all over the world, and there are allocators, and whether they're sovereign wealths or pension plans or annuities or endowments or state plans, they come in different shapes and different sizes with different capabilities. The team here is incredibly good, and the more that, again, I'm overstepping, and I apologise that this isn't my normal beat, so I apologise for this. But the more that you can support the executive here to embrace AI, to use it in their portfolio construction, to think about it within the organisation, to make them more efficient, to be able to test, research, report, scenario test, data set test, whatever it may be. The capability is, you got the smarts, and I think there is the capability within this organisation and a desire for adoption, and then leverage us, leverage the people who want to be part of your journey for the next 240 something years.
Thank you, Robyn. Lisa. Oh, one other question. Sorry.
You said DeepSeek, and like everybody knew what it was. But
I'm sorry, Chinese. This was there are two different models going on, right? I'm going to slightly oversimplify this, but there is the approach that we all benefit from, that you know about because you live in California, and that the significant frontier lab capabilities that sit in America. And then there's a very different approach being taken by China, which is a much more state-organized, single approach, which is perhaps not as high quality, but is definitely producing agentic models and capabilities. DeepSeek was about 18 months, maybe 2 years ago, about so-and-so. Over a weekend, effectively, DeepSeek said, we could do that, and we could do it at a fraction of the price. Here you go, have a look at it. Now, it wasn't quite, it's a little bit more subtle than that, but it wasn't much. So the disruption capability of something that is state-run and capable of open sourced, so free to everybody, to disrupt a private focused way of delivering agentic capabilities isn't insignificant. Now, what does that mean? It means that as a user of these tools, you can use whatever tool you want. We run, we use every frontier lab capability. Some are better than others at the moment, but I don't know that, some of them are going to be better as they move forward in different releases. What's interesting about it is whether it has the ability to disrupt ultimately the value of those particular providers in the US. Is what they're given, or if ultimately what they produce you can get for free, you probably get it for free. Now, it won't be quite the same. It won't be quite the same quality. It might not be in the same format. There might be any number of different barriers, but ultimately that disruption is a real risk.
Ms. Middleton.
All right, thank you. Robyn, it's very fascinating. My fears are a little different. AI creates for cyber criminals a range and a scale of abilities that they have never had before. And as I look, our laws, our law enforcement, our regulatory systems are all totally inadequate to the threats that are being posed.
Yes, that's a good statement. There is no doubt that these capabilities are available, if they're available to all, can be used by all. And not all actors are good actors. And therefore the concerns of that these open up gateways or vulnerabilities that have been less easy to access hitherto is right, and that was the concern around Mythos, and it's been the concern about the releases. If you can find day zero vulnerabilities, in other words, things that have never been seen before, and you can access those things, it creates a different profile of risk. And I think it is this is a personal view, not a view necessarily of Man Group, but it is a personal view, that I think that with all of these significant changes, there will be a period of catch up. And we're going to, if there's a vulnerable time, perhaps that vulnerability is most acute in the next while as people start to use these capabilities or start to understand them and their impact. The one thing I would also say, though, is there is not a national security agency that I'm aware of that isn't awfully aware of all of these things everywhere in the world. And the capabilities to put these, as we just described, was that the ability to use the agents for the agents, the ability to deploy more at reasonable cost is quite good. So let me do it on a positive end, and then I think it works and as an analogy for what it might be. I'm not a national security expert, but the sense of I now have researchers, by that I mean quants, who look for, in broadest possible terms, they look for data signals, data sets that provide signals that provide alpha investing opportunities, i.e. something that is going to provide you with an interesting investable opportunity that should yield you a positive return because it demonstrates something that is inefficient in the market. There are lots of those. There are also lots of them that don't, but there are lots of those. I have researchers who have teams of agents. And the benefit of these agents is they run 24/7. They never get sick. They never go on holiday. They never have a party. And I have a 23-year-old, did I mention that? So that capability, it means we can get to more data sets, do more analytics, do more back testing than we've ever been able to do before. Likewise, for those people who care about the vulnerabilities within our national security. And likewise, for every large organization, particularly in financial services, who have war rooms aplenty. But is this fast? Yes. Are those vulnerabilities real? Yes. Is it sort of scary? Yes. Do we have to think about very carefully access as well for the frontier labs? What are the frontier labs learning from? How much is the data in the public domain? How valuable is that versus the data that I've got, for example? And we're very, very careful about what we put out into the frontier labs and what the frontier labs can get hold of. So I hear you. I think it is the right worry. I wish you should have a national security person sitting here, but everybody I speak to in this space from all over the world is very alive to it.
Well, it's certainly not surprising that the national security is involved in that. There have certainly been reports that we have state actors that are engaging in cyber.
Always have been.
Yes.
So this is, again, this isn't new. It's just a different toolkit.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, I'm gonna do something horrible, but 3 years ago, or 3 or 4 years ago, the price of a DDoS attack. So one of these attacks which just sort of throws a lot of data at you and keeps on throwing it at you, so your systems freeze and paralyze, and what you tend to have to do is pay a ransom, and they get a key and it unlocks your data or whatever it may be. They used to be quite expensive to launch, and then about 2 or 3 years ago, you could get a DDoS attack for like $100 on the dark web, and I was like, sorry, I don't even know where the dark web is. So, but there's something about that. The state actor, the poor actor, has always been here. The toolkit is changing, which is why the toolkit that we need to employ has to be the same, has to be as good, has to be better.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know I have Ramon. I would just want to check with staff. Oh, Patrick, I didn't see yours. Do we have public comment? No? Okay, so Ramon, then Patrick, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
No, I'm sorry if I've put...
Oh, I missed Melissa. I am so sorry.
It's okay. I'll here for one night only. Carry on.
Who was first. Am I assuming that Ramon was first and, huh?
Yeah, that's fine. Just
Okay, Ramon.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion, and I'm trying to connect other morning presentations about where we heard about the geopolitical and how their orders are now becoming blocks, and other questions. And Trustee Walker, you mentioned the deep seek China. So, and it's, you know, in investments, there's always looking. You keep reading how the markets are efficient, but you're looking for that gap of information to try to advantage and get your, you know, be better than somebody else. So and you mentioned also that there's many models, I guess, and everybody's gonna. That's why not everybody's gonna. Because I keep also reading that at some point everybody's gonna use get the same answer, and they're not gonna be an advantage. But then you said that there's different models. So
How does it all fit together?
I'm just trying to get it together. So the question is, given the geopolitical situation where we're breaking up into blocks, and policies can make decisions as to what resources are available or not available, how is this going to come out? What can you tell us? Or what can we? I don't want to forecast, but I mean, there's other countries don't have the same resources, say the United States or China does. In China, we heard is investing in other places, and perhaps AI could be one of those investment. DeepSeek, for example, would you see different models coming from different parts of the world, and are they going to come to the same solutions, like in investments? I'm just talking about investments. I mean, will there be like different results for different? I mean, will there be competing indexes? Will be I'm just saying, how is that going to impact the economic rules if we have different models, we have different inputs, and who controls what rules will be in place? I mean,
it feels confusing, doesn't it? I think so. I think this is where it's a good time to almost go back to basics. Fundamentally, what are the industries, areas, companies, issuers that can benefit from this technology, and trying to choose which technology is going to come out, which particular frontier lab model, OpenAI, Claude, DeepSeek, it almost doesn't matter. In some ways, that has a different disruption capability. That's, do you want to go and invest in some of those companies is a different thing. So whether you decide whether you think that those particular issuers or companies are ones that you think are going to succeed or not is a different question to whether there are opportunity sets that will change dramatically the capabilities of other types of investment to yield better results. And also whether the market environment itself creates opportunity. So here we go. Let's take Europe, please. Shouldn't say it like that. Anyway, let's take Europe. 18 months ago, slightly more than that, at the beginning of last year, Europe was not a place that was particularly interesting potentially for investable opportunities. It was fine, but it wasn't very exciting. And then a bunch of things changed in the world. And Europe became much more interesting because Europe had to invest in defense. Because it did. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? So, because it did. And all of a sudden, opportunities because of fiscal intervention and because of a different political environment with different political alliances created investable opportunities, more interesting opportunities. Look at what's happening in Japan after 30 years of negative growth. There's a different set of circumstances and economics that are operating there. Does that make Japan more interesting? So these things beget sort of small answers, the wrong way of putting it, but you can think about it within what is something that is investable within this new technology. Are these technology companies something you care about? Maybe. They're certainly part of a very large index. 2, does the change of technology change investable opportunities? Probably. Think about the opportunity sets that might happen in different sectors. Do they also create different opportunities in different countries, potentially. Then you think about the geopolitical differences, and you think about the impact of policy change, which is changing fiscal intervention. Does that create opportunities? Possibly. And so the landscape is changing, but actually fundamentally what we talked about earlier was in a volatile market with dispersion, those things can be your positive, not your negative. You can find opportunity set in that as much as you need to guard against drawdowns. And so for me, the answer, the discussion, I'm not even going to say this is an answer, is one that is about saying, when I look at my portfolio and I look at what I'm trying to do over the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, what flexibility and liquidity do I need in my portfolio? What opportunities do I think are out there? Who are the managers I can partner with to help me do that? What do I think needs to be built into the portfolio to control or think about the tail risk, the downside scenarios? And how do I feel about being dynamic in being able to take advantage? If things change, how do I lean in? And rather than thinking about it as just through the AI lens, recognize that if political and geographical geoeconomics is real, what does that mean? And what are the different alliances that are going to create different opportunity sets in markets?
Thank you.
I hope that
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. So, Patrick, and we are running a bit over time, so let's try to keep it brief if we can.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
There. I really enjoyed the really getting down to the issue of cognitive surrender, because I think that really is what it comes down to, particularly when Ms. Middleton brought up there are a lot of real bad guys out there.
Yep.
And while we did talk about it at a very high level national security, we're seeing at a very low level in a statewide campaign, political campaign, we're starting to see the information sources start to change by people who want to say or paint a slightly different picture at a very high level. And so while it might not be hitting that, let's change the world, it is hitting at the change our little worlds here. And that starts to have larger and larger effects. I was struck by your point about the speed of technology, how fast things are moving at this point. Should we honestly be having this conversation about AI at the point that we're already starting to have a conversation about quantum AI and what that next level of computing is?
Quantum computing, crumbs. I had that conversation the other day about quantum computing. We're not quite there yet. That would be amazing. And a whole level of different disruption. Let's not cross that bridge just yet. It isn't a subject that stays still long. And so I suppose the answer is we talk about it a lot. When you talk about, let me do it at a different level, Man Group Board, we talk about AI. We try not to talk about it at every board meeting because it could take up a lot of time. But what we do talk about is how we are thinking about governance. How structurally are we changing? How do we adapt the governance structure within Man to take advantage of what is a very fast-moving tech environment and adoption environment? What do we do about things like who gets Claude Code? Who gets the ability to code, who doesn't? How do we think about data sets and access? How do we think about prompt? How do we think about transcription? How do we think about using those as data sources? Those are decisions that are made much faster, and we've created a separate governance capability to think about those questions on a much more dynamic basis. So I think it's one for you all to think about, but these things change quickly. But then I think if you've got the ability to know that you've got the right structure in place, the right governance in place in the executive, then I think it's a matter of for you then to work out what does this mean. But I have no doubt that disruption is there, but social media has done that has been incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
When it comes to algos.
So real quick before Melissa asks her question, I just want to make a statement in that there are bad guys, yes, for that kind of stuff, and there are bad guys that own these companies. And I think that your company has an amazing value set, but not all of these companies have great value sets. So I think that's something that as a pension fund who has workers at its heart, we have to be very, very well aware of. And that's all I'm going to say. And Melissa, go ahead.
So my question is exactly what Teresa just said. Great minds. I always think about the people impacted, and ultimately, all the Generation Alpha, all the quant, delivers a paycheck to pensioners, people who've committed their lives to public service. And we've talked about how CalPERS uses AI, and but we're not the only people figuring that out, right? So all of our portfolio companies may not have the same gold standard that Man has or is setting. And CalPERS did, flag AI as a formal human capital management priority this year. So what do you think, what would you flag as an early warning sign that one of our portfolio companies' AI rollout is creating risk that we shouldn't be invested in, either workforce risk, and way before we see those numbers in a report that we traditionally get?
It's a great question. Again, I'm slightly worried I'm overstepping my mark here, because I am one of those managers. So I slightly took in my own book a bit, so I apologize. But it goes to values, doesn't it? It does go to culture and values. It goes to how are the managers that you're engaged with discussing them with you transparently. How are they adopting this technology? What's the governance around it? What are the controls around it and the risks they manage around it? And how much are they deploying it for the benefit of you? For what is it that they're doing with it that is actually something that is a benefit, but not only in the alpha generation or in making them more efficient, but how do they think about it more broadly than that? What I do think you need to guard against is cognitive surrender. If anybody's, I would be nervous if somebody said, I've deployed the AI model and it's now making all the investment decisions. I'd worry enormously about that. I'd worry enormously about I've just hired a new team and they are completely driven by or have total reliance on one model. I'd be worried about that. So I'd want to see, and the CalPERS team is very good at due diligence, let me tell you. I've lived through it a lot. And so as part of that diligence, I think they do a tremendously good job of understanding the nitty-gritty of how tools and capabilities are used. But get them to show up and make sure that they are not, that managers, one, have a plan, two, have a governance structure, three, can demonstrate that governance structure, four, have an implementation capability, five, show you that they are back testing and that there is still a human intervention, and six, that they care about this and they care about the workforce that is, I turn up to work because I've got real people who do a real job, and I'm no better if they're not there. I can't do what I do, and we come to work to do one thing, and that's to serve you. Full stop.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kapelke.
Thank you. Sorry to push my button last minute, but so I have enjoyed this conversation immensely. I've asked every single one of these questions that everybody has already asked. I've also broken AI myself, which is a wonderful feeling. But I think one of the thoughts is knowing how things evolve and looking at humans and nature and how that will evolve. Obviously, there's a generation that we have not even seen yet. And to sort of think ahead and what are those values that generation will have, and how they view tools that are already accessible to them, knowing that these tools will evolve even further, is sort of, I mean, there's no answer to that question or that thought, but it's just something that I like thinking about and where we end as a
I think there's
a species, really.
It's an existential piece. I think the one thing I would love to see, and it is critical thinking, is I'm sure everybody in this room did something around critical thinking at some point in their education career in somewhere or other. It doesn't seem to be that high on lots of agendas at the moment in schools. I think there's some interesting data coming out about universities now making young people come in and do testing not online, because the online test results that they're getting when they're running their exams is a lot higher than when you get these younger folks back in a room. I think there is definitely something about the quick answer. I mean, I remember when it wasn't that long ago, well, maybe it was, but when, at 22, we all wanted a quick answer. Actually, if you're not going to get cognitive surrender, you need to teach people how to think, how to challenge, how not to take the first answer, how to question the answer. And we see the people who do that, they're the people who are rocking it.
Great. I want to thank you very much for your presentation and great answers to our board's great questions. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing more of you. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
I will say that we're running a tad bit late, so it's 11:50. We're gonna do lunch to 12:50, and then come back. So we'll hopefully get back on time after lunch. All right, everybody. Thank you. everybody back to your seats and the table, and let's get started. We're about a minute late. All right, so thank you very much, everybody. I hope everybody had a good lunch. I don't think you even had. Okay, so we're in the new operating environment with Jared Cohen, President of Global Affairs and co-head, of Goldman Sachs Global Institute, and George Lee, co-head of the Goldman Sachs Global Institute. Welcome, and please get started.
To turn that on, probably yes. So first of all, thank you all for having us. A great honor to be here. We're going to make, Jared and I are going to share about 30 minutes of comments here. And just to give you a little bit of background, there's probably materials in your pre-read, but the Goldman Sachs Global Institute is a relatively new institution at Goldman Sachs. Jared and I co-run it. It's designed to promote thought leadership at the intersection of AI and geopolitics. We have to credit our CEO for having invented that about 5 years ago. Those are obviously fortuitous topics in this moment in time for us to be focused on. My own background is as both an investment banker, where I ran our technology, media, and telecom business for many years. Then I became our chief information officer, so I managed the thousands of engineers at Goldman Sachs. Fascinating, and then spent the last 4 years with Jared building this. So I'm going to make about 5 or 10 minutes of comments here, just setting the stage on AI generally. Jared's going to link that to our perspectives around geopolitics. And I guess I would start by saying, as it relates to AI, and I know this sort of, it's an emphasis of this meeting for you. You've had really great speakers thus far on the topic, but I try to remind myself that we are 3.5, almost 4 years into this generative AI revolution. In the context of traditional platform transitions, that is prehistory. It's embryonic. And it also reminds me of William Goldman's famous comment about Hollywood. He's a great screenwriter who was asked, who in Hollywood knows when a script is going to turn into a hit movie? And his response was, in Hollywood, no one knows anything. And so in many ways, we are all finding our way forward in the dark of a technology that's extremely consequential, extremely fast moving. And there's a very broad cone of uncertainty as to the ways that this plays out. But I'll make a few comments that hopefully at least frame the breadth of that cone of uncertainty. So first of all, there's a little bit of a tendency to think about this as a singular phenomenon that's dropped on the face of the earth with the arrival of ChatGPT. The reality is, like all technology revolutions, this comes in the context and sits on the platform of prior platform transitions and innovations. You could take that all the way back from, and we've seen this from mainframe to mini computer to client server to internet to mobile, et cetera. This is part of that sweep. What is almost definitional, but is certainly true here, is that the breadth, pace of change, and impact of diffusion of these technologies compounds and gets faster, more consequential, and broader as these technologies are built on the platform of the prior innovations. And so this is clearly true. I've been in technology for 35 years. I've never seen anything move as fast as this and have as much broad import, both for business, but also for society and for geopolitics, as we will talk about. One thing that is an interesting frame to introduce here, and it bears both geopolitically, but in the microeconomics of business as well, is part of the implications of the uncertainty here is that many of us are investing forward in this technology, because we're enthused and excited about the prospects, potential efficiency, revenue opportunities that might emerge, but also in a sense of game theoretical parity with our rivals. So if you think about, for a firm like us, of course we're investing because we see the opportunity to solve more problems for clients, test more hypotheses, create more efficiency so we deliver better and more efficiently and competitively for our clients. But we're also making our way forward with a high degree of uncertainty because the consequences of one of our competitors mastering this domain before we do is in some ways existential. And I think Jared will argue that the same thing informs the way that countries are viewing this. And there's definitely, of all the technology platform transitions I've lived through over the years, This is really the first that ex ante has been regarded by world leaders as consequential for their national destiny, for their growth, for their productivity, for their defense, for the transmission of their culture generally. And so there's enormous geopolitical consequence here. And I'm painting a picture of a technology that has this enormous motive force. It has the dimension of very fast consumer uptake. It seems it is the fastest moving technology we've acknowledged, we've experienced. On the other hand, there are some gravitational forces and some inertial forces that have and will, I think, more profoundly act on this pace of change over time. One of those is something we're wrestling with at Goldman Sachs as a big incumbent, highly regulated firm, which is how to implement this very immature new technology in a way that's safe, reliable, compliant, et cetera. And it is a fundamentally different kind of technology in many regards, because the heart of a neural network and the answers and insights it produces are by definition probabilistic. They are the best guess of a machine given a certain set of inputs. That's very different than the deterministic computing we're all used to and have relied on historically. And so there's a very significant shift, and it's going to take time and effort to introduce this kind of technology to big businesses. Second, it's a general purpose technology. It reminds me a bit of the PC era, when the PC landed on my desk and I was like, this is amazing. What do I do with it? There's a certain element of like, this is a brand new kind of technology. Sometimes it comes with specific application lanes, but oftentimes it's just access to a capability. That obviously takes time for the viral spread of ideas and best practices, and we're seeing that for sure. And in many ways, that reminds me, one of the mental models I often get asked for is like, what's the best analogy for this wave of computing? Is it the internet? Is it the PC revolution? One could posit that actually, in some ways, the most analogous revolution is the advent of electricity. And while things are going to move faster here, it's an interesting anchor to keep in mind. Electricity, invented in the early part of the 19th century, really perfected in terms of its ability to be used safely in the 1880s. And it wasn't until the 1920s where it really started to impact macroeconomics and the microeconomics of businesses. So there's always this gap between invention, diffusion, and harvest of value from technology. I just think we should keep our minds on that. Another thing that is suppressing progress is the supply chain. I'd like to say AI has eaten the supply chain. And so folks are aware that there's, a scarcity of computational power, data centers, which we'll come back to, but all the way back through a very intricate, global, complex supply chain, whether that is gas turbines, whether that is memory chips, whether that's optoelectronic equipment, whether that's wiring harnesses, whether that's copper itself, whether it's helium, all the way back to the base elements, we're seeing scarcity and inability to meet the computational demand here. So that supply chain, those supply chain challenges are gonna suppress progress for a while. And then, as I'm sure we'll talk about a lot today, this policy, politics, and populism. I mean, this technology poses a bunch of policy questions for our world that we need to and should carefully, thoughtfully, and diligently address. Things like we will explore around what's the impact on the economy and jobs, what's the impact on environmental causes. There are important questions there, not to mention the very existential threat of a technology that some would assert may exceed the span of human control. So all of those uncertainties already are beginning to exert a sort of gravitational force there. I think there are 10 states now in the country with various kinds of moratoria on data center builds. There are more than 1,200 pieces of legislation making their way through state houses around the country, many of which are designed to thwart or limit progress in this area. And so I guess while I hopefully opened with an enormous amount of enthusiasm and expectation and ambition for this technology and the impact, we should also be aware that it's not going to be a straight line. It's going to be bumpy. It's probably going to take longer than we think in terms of its exercise on an impact on economies and businesses. And this sort of theme of elongation is something very much for us to keep our our eyes on. In that respect, I'd offer a reading recommendation that I think is funny. This is in the category of history, does not often repeat, but it often does rhyme. There's a great new book out called 1873 about the first global financial crisis by a guy named Liaquat Ahmed. And there are many provoking catalysts for that global financial crisis: sovereign debt, over-levered sovereigns, and a number of other factors. One of the interesting catalysts to the market correction was a lot of this was around over-leverage of railroad bonds and railroad companies. In 1873, the Northern Pacific was unable to complete its Northern Spur connection in a timely way due to supply chain constraints, labor constraints, and political opposition. As a result, that pushed out the revenue that they were able and expecting to generate. That harmed their ability to meet their obligations under their bonds. And 3 or 4 years later, 50% of the railroad bonds in the U.S. weren't paying interest. So just an interesting history rhymes. I articulated a set of reasons why our progress may be slower here, and we have to keep an eye on the impact of that with respect to all the expectations that we've set for monetization of this technology. That's not it's not a warning. It is a mental model for how we ought to think about this. And so with that, I said I'll hand it to Jared. It's been a fascinating thing to study. In my job at Goldman, I spend part of my time helping the firm to adopt this technology and gain value from it, and the other half talking about this. And Jared and I have the opportunity, in many ways, through the access Jared has to world leaders talking about this. And so, again, unique technology in terms of it's going to be very, very influential for geopolitics in a relatively rapid way. You could argue it already has. And so, Jared, let me turn it to you to fill in those blanks.
Great. Thank you so much for having us. Let me just echo George's.
Mike, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All you missed was I was thanking you for having us. And I can't resist the urge to just pull on the historic thread of 1873 just to kind of give a little bit of kind of a then and now. The crisis happened on the heels of the country having passed its first $1 billion budget. So you think about $1 billion budget and how controversial that was back in 1893 versus today. But that's not what we're going to talk about. I couldn't resist the urge. I was reflecting on the way here, and every time I come to California, I get nostalgic for the 14 years that I spent at Google. And early in my tenure at Google, then CEO Eric Schmidt and I had tackled an interesting question, which is what happens when another 5.5 billion people connect to the internet over the course of a decade? And we sought to tackle that question in a book that began with a line that seems quite outdated with just a decade passing, which is, we said the internet is the first thing that human beings have built that they don't fully understand. It's the greatest experimentation in anarchy the world will ever see. 10 years later, it seems like we kind of undershot that. And in fact, the greatest experiment may in fact be around large language models, because if you think about the internet, I think it was seemingly difficult to control. It was seemingly difficult to regulate. It was seemingly anarchic. But the reason that we could have wrested control over it is the US had a 3-decade first mover advantage with the internet over any country in the world. And so it had a lot of unilateral control as the producer, the owner, the deployer, the epicenter of science. And over time, other countries, mainly China, managed to catch up in a number of areas, which I'll come back to. But as I think about the question of what are the geopolitical implications of everything that we're seeing in this current chapter of the AI revolution, I don't think you can call it the AI revolution. The AI revolution has had many different chapters. And in fact, before I came to Goldman, there were a number of AI companies that I used to work with either as a board member or as an advisor. And when the whole crypto craze started to happen, a little bit before and during COVID, a lot of the founders that today are getting acquired or paid an enormous amount of money to basically go to other companies, they used to say to me during that time, I'm really frustrated because I feel like AI has become really boring and all anybody cares about is crypto and blockchain. So it's just a reminder that revolutions can happen. They can wane and become uninteresting. Something else can fill the gap, and then they come back roaring. And sometimes the best thing to happen to a revolution is just a little bit of the world not focusing on it, so you can kind of get back to R&D. I just don't think anyone expected us to experience what we're experiencing today. And so when I think about the geopolitical implications of all of this, I always like to start by asking the question, what is actually new versus what just seems new? And I think that's important because there's very few things that are unprecedented. There's very few things that are unique. There's very few things that we've never seen before. They might manifest in ways that seem unique or unprecedented, but when in fact they have a parallel in history, you can use history as a frame of reference to help navigate. And I would argue there's three things that are properly new that are relevant to this conversation. First, it is unprecedented in history for America's third largest trading partner to also be its most formidable adversary. The US and the Soviet Union during the Cold War were never economically intertwined in the way that the US and China are. So that is a feature of the international system that history does not offer a precedent for or a frame of reference for. Second, and it converges with the first, is you think about all the things that George mentioned, unprecedented scale, unprecedented adoption, unprecedented spend, all of that is true, but that's different than it being unprecedented. Every generational technology eclipses the generation that came before. This is unprecedented in terms of the numbers, but not the trend. What is unprecedented is that this is the first generational technology in the history of the world that the entire world found out about at the exact same time. And what that means is 195 countries in the world, regardless of socioeconomic status and governance model, technology Luddites to the most sophisticated engineers on November 30th, 2022, plus or minus a couple weeks, everybody kind of roughly found out that there was this thing called large language models. And every successive week after that, the sort of assumptions around the centrality of this only gained steam. So we've never kind of grappled with a moment where you had a technology debut of this magnitude coupled with the simultaneity. You mix that with the first thing that I mentioned, with the internet. Again, the US had no peer competitor. So you have the mixture of simultaneity with this dynamic between the US and China, with China having largely caught up around most areas related to the internet. And then you mix that with the third thing that I would argue is new, which is polarization's not new. Even violent polarization is not new. What's new is just the scale of the signal to noise problem. And that's just everything we know about the ubiquity of social media and the algorithmic targeting that comes with it. It adds a shallowness to the polarization that we've never seen before in history. And so if you look at US and China and you look at it in the context of an AI competition, I think it's useful to reflect on kind of pre-large language models and post-large language models. As I mentioned, the US had this 3-decade first mover advantage. It kind of ended in a tie. On the eve of large language models debuting, again, I keep mentioning the November 30th, 2022 date. That was the sort of the first, release of the kind of public, interface for ChatGPT. So that's kind of like an inaugural milestone, even though the research paper had been published by Google Brain in 2017. But the US was on the precipice of losing out in most of the areas that it had an advantage. It had been China was producing 5 times the number of software engineers at the same level of skill as the US. China had surpassed the US in e-commerce, payments, voice recognition, facial recognition. The US had no meaningful competitor to 5G other than stuff that worked in a football stadium and didn't work anywhere else. China was catching up on venture. China had 80% of the commercial drone market. The list kind of goes on. And then what happened is generative AI gave the US a lifeline and some space to kind of get its technology competition mojo back, because the US had a huge advantage with GPUs and compute capacity. And so now we're kind of back into a race, but it's not a race that looks like the previous one. Because even though one of the most common questions I get asked is who's going to win the AI race, the US or China, I often say neither are going to win, because they share the same technological ecosystem. They just have 2 different approaches to innovation when it comes to large language models. So China's approach, in part because they're heavily constrained due to a lack of compute, they're much more focused on open-weighted models and consumer applications. The US, because it has the advantage in compute, is much more focused on closed frontier models and the march towards AGI. But those are just different parts of the same thing, and they'll end up reinforcing each other. I think one of the fascinating aspects of this particular chapter of the AI revolution is the convergence of old technology and new technology. And look no further than a technology that was created in 1850, which is the subsea cable, right? Which none of us really had spent a ton of time thinking about up until it had direct implications for what we're seeing play out today. And so if you think about it, we often talk about the cloud. The reality is most of the cloud is underwater. And most of the cloud is underwater because 95% of all international data flows flow through subsea cables. So to put that another way, 80% of international trade flows above the water, but 95% of all international data travels below it. And it converges in very concentrated ways. So to give you an example, close to 90% of all the Europe to Asia internet traffic lands in 14 subsea cables, or is carried on 14 subsea cables that land in Djibouti in the Red Sea, which is one of the narrowest openings through the Bab el-Mandeb. And I was kind of curious. I went to Djibouti to go see this, and it was amazing. It was an unguarded, like cement basement-looking thing, basically in a beach that looks sort of like this. And they lifted the big cement blocks, and I went down into it, and there were rats. These cables looked like they were falling apart. Anybody could have come there and just severed all of the internet traffic between Europe and Asia. When it's not just about like your Netflix account, right? I mean, this is state secrets. This is all the WhatsApp messages. This is $10 trillion a day of financial transactions. So it's quite significant. And there's these cables. There's 750,000 miles of subsea cables. And they'll sometimes go as deep as 5 miles underwater. And so what that means, and by just to put this in perspective, that's enough to go around the Earth 30 times. And the way in which this is playing out between the U.S. and China is playing out in one of the most old school ways, which is China just dragging its anchor on the seabed, severing these cables, or Russia's ghost fleet sabotaging some of these cables in the Baltic Sea. And so I mention this only because while we talk about large language models and this model and this breakthrough with drug discovery and all the amazing things that we're seeing with this, you still need the subsea cables to actually carry the traffic. And so whenever there's whatever sort of magical insight we have about the technology, wherever there's a new technology, there's an old technology that powers it. Another example of this is in the sort of the early innings of George's point about a very short kind of single digit number of years chapters so far. The initial conversation was largely around whether or not the United States could build the AI infrastructure fast enough to meet the growing demand for it, particularly from the hyperscalers. And the challenge we had in the US was not a challenge of talented engineers. It was not a challenge of innovation. The challenge we had in the US is the US didn't have enough powered land. We had plenty of baseload power, but we couldn't get the baseload power from North Dakota to where the data centers were in Northern Virginia or Silicon Valley. And we didn't have enough differentiated data centers because most of the data centers had been architected for cloud workloads, not the ultra high density requirements to run AI workloads. The reason this has geopolitical implications is it would have been a disaster, even with the US having 4,000 of the 8,000 data centers worldwide, for the US to basically be its own bottleneck. And so what started to happen is the US started to ask the question, where could they have an overflow option and build some of these data centers abroad? And when they looked around the world, you could continue on doing it where you were running cloud workloads in places like Malaysia and Indonesia that had cheap energy and lots of powered land. But for something as seminal and significant as AI workloads that was kind of proprietary, almost state secrets, that would basically be a knowledge transfer and a capacity transfer right to China. So the places where these data centers were being built abroad in Southeast Asia didn't work. Then you look at the Nordic countries as a possibility and Europe as a possibility, but they had a lot of the same challenges that the US had, which is the political headwinds associated with moving baseload power for data centers that have a lot kind of dirtier from an energy perspective implications than running cloud workloads. And so the natural gravitational pull was towards the Middle East, because the Gulf countries had an infinite amount of money with their sovereign wealth funds. 40% of the $15.2 trillion of sovereign wealth worldwide is concentrated in 4 families that own 4 countries in the Middle East: Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and Kuwait. So they had the sovereign ambition. They had plenty of cheap energy. They controlled the regulatory environments, and they could build that infrastructure very, very quickly at scale. And so it's a very good insurance policy for those that were driving the AI build out in the US and needed a potential overflow option. Now there's a war, and in that war, multiple data centers have been hit. And the problem is, out of all the things that gave people anxiety about maybe building data centers in the Middle East, I can tell you, if there were 20 things that caused anxiety on that list, one of them was not Shahed drones from Iran striking those data centers. And so this now kind of throws a lot of this up in different directions. But now I think if you look at the next year and a half, the conversation may shift away from where the data center is going to be built, and around a new phenomenon that I think touches a lot of what maybe you spoke about this morning and some of what George spoke about, which is this question of tokenomics. And I'll start with this kind of in the enterprise as just a frame of reference. The year-over-year cost of tokens is going up, and specifically as you move from more of kind of the chatbot use cases for AI to more of the agentic use cases that we're all looking for, the sort of the token demand is just going to go up substantially as the AI needs to just be on all the time. And anyone in enterprise that is trying to integrate AI is seeing this. You're sort of marveling at just how expensive this is getting year over year. And the problem is we don't yet know what the big enterprise use case is that's going to justify all the spend. We're not skeptical of it. It's coming. But all we can do is experiment and try a handful of different things and manage that cost. There's a lot of businesses that have the ability to weather that storm and manage it appropriately. But there's a lot of businesses that over the coming years are going to have to opt out of experimentation and integration of these tools, not because they're skeptical, not because they don't believe in it, just that the annual costs are going up so much that they can't justify it. And so take that concept of cost per token and the implications that has without knowing how you're using the AI, and now apply it to geopolitics. So you go back to what I mentioned. You go back to what I mentioned about the simultaneity of all this. Just as businesses have to manage their token costs, so too do countries. And there's very few countries that possess all of the ingredients for AI, right? You think about capital, you think about scientific talent, power, semiconductors, critical minerals, engineering capacity, and of course, power and energy. And so as a result, different countries are going to have to specialize around 4 critical categories. And a lot of this is about what leverage they have to manage the spend. And so you have the first category of countries are the countries that you can call the producers, right? So these are countries that create at least one important necessary part of the AI value chain, and they have leverage, and that leverage is a bottleneck. Right, so you have foundational models like the U.S. and China. You have chips, U.S., Taiwan, and China. Semiconductor equipment, the Netherlands with extreme ultraviolet lithography, which maps out the wafers. South Korea and Taiwan. You have software layers, data centers, and natural resources. So that's the first category. Those countries will actually fare pretty well in this because they own a bottleneck. And even if they can't manage the spend required for this, they can leverage that bottleneck that they have to make sure that they maintain a seat at the table, and the world cannot afford for them to opt out. So they will be fine. And you'll notice it's a mixture of countries. It's not just superpowers, right? It's some countries that are kind of niche, and they're relevant because they have one company. The second are the countries that you can call them kind of owners, right? So not every country builds AI. But some will own it, and that ownership will take 2 forms. So the first form is private ownership, right? So that's everything we know about ownership in the private context: U.S., Japan, South Korea, and Europe. That's kind of self-explanatory. But the second is sovereign ownership, right? The cost associated with everything that we're seeing play out in AI cannot happen without that 40% of the world's sovereign wealth that I mentioned is concentrated in the Middle East. So even if there's unwillingness to continue building more data centers in the Gulf, and I think that over time, companies will get over that. These sovereign wealth funds are owners of some of the most important assets essential for the AI revolution, not to mention their capital is at the center of every single transaction and fundraise. And so their money gives them a seat at the table. Third is the consumers, and this is probably the biggest category of countries. These are countries that they may not produce AI, but they successfully deploy it. That's India, Canada, Mexico, the Latin American countries, the ASEAN countries, New Zealand. And their opportunity is productivity to improve healthcare, manufacturing, services, education, and government. And so if you think about kind of a tale of two innovation stories, there's the innovation from the countries that are the producers that are actually building all of this. There is a little bit of king making and queen making from the owners, the countries that are funding all of it. And taking ownership stakes in it. But the second innovation story is what gets done with all of this technology. And that's going to be a story that largely comes from the countries that are driving this from a consumer perspective. Because these categories are not mutually exclusive, you think about a country like China, well, we're all kind of grappling with what are the big enterprise use cases. China is a producer, it's an owner, and it also has the largest single consumer market in the world and a national thesis that's focused on consumer applications, right? And so you start to see how sitting in lots of different categories gives a country an outsized advantage. And then you get countries that are kind of the stragglers. These are the countries that lack the capital, the infrastructure, the talent, and the affordable access, and they will basically have to trade something geopolitically in exchange for getting this. You can imagine in order for them to participate in AI, they're going to need to find a way to attract or solicit a version of foreign assistance or development aid that comes in the form of helping subsidize token spend, right? And so just to kind of put a pin on this, if you think about where this all plays out over the next couple of years, we are still in the very early innings of the nexus between geopolitics and AI. And anybody that thinks that there is a shot at a multilateral regulatory architecture, or there's going to be the equivalent of the UN or some multilateral body that manages risk and manages international cooperation in the same way that you had with non-proliferation regimes, I am deeply skeptical that that's going to happen. The US and China cannot even agree on a common definition of human trafficking, let alone a multilateral architecture around the most significant technology invented since the internet. George, I guess I'm passing it back to you. Yeah.
With that provocative statement. Well, I think that it gets us towards the end of our. Oh, sorry. Gets us towards the end of our commentary. One other thing, Jared, I just add to what you said is the other element of the battle between the U.S. and China is that because China is rate limited on their access to some of the best silicon in the world, necessity has had to be the mother of invention for their technology stack. So in 2026, the U.S. will spend about $1 trillion developing this infrastructure. China, equally ambitious in its scale, will spend on the order of $123 billion. So their ability to build substantial capacity at much lower cost, and that disruption, that advantage is very, very, very obviously very salient element of all of this.
So I think we are. I think we're past time. So I guess we started 3 minutes.
We got started a little late.
Yeah,
So we're good.
Yeah. So does anybody want to ask questions? We do have all right, David?
Yeah, thank you. Fascinating discussion. I kind of like some of the historical analogies. And one of the things that kind of comes to mind kind of as a question is kind of the role of non-state actors or want to call them oligarchs or big corporations or partnerships of corporations. It kind of reminds me, way back in historical, you had, Krupp making guns that they wouldn't sell to anybody except their country until they had armor that was good enough to defeat the guns. Then they'd sell the guns. and then develop a newer, better gun and newer, better armor. And it just was kind of a rolling thing. And then in more modern times, some aerospace companies would sell airplanes to people who, we weren't sure were always going to be our friends, and we could turn them off and make them fall out of the sky if we wanted to, or not sell them parts or whatever. But now we have a situation, I think, that is unprecedented, where it's a confluence of AI, technology, and such concentrated wealth and power in someone who does not answer to any particular state player and has no real allegiance to anyone in particular. And the example I'll give, it kind of didn't hardly make a splash in the press, but a certain person decided to turn off his satellites and send $1 zillion worth of American ordnance that had been given to one of our allies up on a beach so that the Russian warships could leave the area, because he decided, at least that's his statement, that that would be too provocative. And it seemed that certainly the in-theater command structure of our military that was coordinating with our allies, certainly all our NATO allies, and certainly the Ukrainians were completely, mortified by this situation. It certainly made the Russians happy, but it's almost impossible for me to imagine in a previous era or a previous war that we were involved in any way that any industrialist could pull a stunt like that and it would just slide by. And so when I see that kind of concentrated power, not just economic power, but ability to actually impact warfighting in theaters all over the world, how do we see those kind of situations going forward? Is it just a fluke, or is that something that you see becoming more of a problem in the future?
So I think it's a fascinating question, David, and set of insights. I mean, if you look at the history of the private sector, which is a form of a non-state actor, unless it's a state-owned enterprise. But if you look at the history of the private sector, it's created a noisier and noisier geopolitical environment with every new discovery and innovation, right? So lately I've been, for a book I'm working on right now, I'm spending a lot of time reading about, the oil discoveries and the emergence of the majors and so forth. And, those were sometimes private companies, sometimes quasi-private companies, sometimes totally state-owned companies, but regardless of their makeup, they were seen at the time as instruments of, whatever, national government they germinated under. If you look at the internet and all the internet companies, that created initially a very sort of distinct set of kind of crowded voices in an ecosystem that never expected to be part of geopolitics. So I would argue that the software era that defined the internet, that batch of companies sort of were dragged kicking and screaming into geopolitics, trying to resist it at every step of the way, right? And I remember this when I was, when I was in that sector. These businesses were not regulated; they didn't want to be regulated. They weren't interested in taking a seat at the geopolitical table, even when invited, right? It was, we're private companies. Geopolitics is not our thing. And there was a sort of reluctance to own the responsibility that there's no such thing as cyberspace or the physical world. There's one international system and it has a physical front and it has a digital front. And when you build out the internet, all the problems of the physical world are just going to spill over. So you fast forward to this current chapter right now, and it's just crowded on another level. So you're right, David, this would fall in the category of things that are properly new. And it's not just that it's crowded.
We have to end here, guys.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Yeah.
And we got a hard stop at 3:05. So I have public comments and then we're gonna move into closed session.
Great.
So first is Michael Flairman.
I want to address the nexus between.
Can we get that turned on, please? Thank you.
I turned it on. want to address the nexus between this item. So, my name is Michael Clarendon from RPEA. I want to address the nexus between this item and the closed session item that the gentleman from Goldman Sachs are about to participate in. That closed session item is noticed under Government Code 11126C16, which authorizes the holding of a closed session when considering investment decisions, and only for that reason. And so I want to address actually the gentleman from Goldman Sachs. You probably have some kind of legend in whatever you're going to present. If you have a pitch book that you're going to present that says, this is not investment advice, it's not to be used in any investment decision, but they've published a notice here saying that that there is going to be an investment decision considered. So there seems to be a contradiction here, and maybe somebody would like to explain why these gentlemen, who, as I understand it, and I don't mean this in any way to diminish you, but you work for the think tank of Goldman Sachs. You're not money managers, right?
So we're not here to answer questions.
I recognize that, but the question, I have the right to ask questions.
Sure.
So the question is an investment decision going to be considered in the closed session? And if it's not, what's the legal authority for the closed session? I hope somebody on the board is interested in asking that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't see Melissa's microphone. Yours is behind something. I can't see yours.
I did just have a question on the presentation. So just we can be really brief, but you talked about data centers and siting, and you talked about the moratorias and the 10 states and the hundreds of bills somewhere in the queue. And we've seen the recurring pattern of a fund provides financing, and then that company pursues energy or infrastructure projects in the community that has not consented to it, or then pushes back, right? Something I would call it like social cohesion risk. After the capital is already locked in. So by the time it becomes a public conflict, the fund's exposure is in, it's underwritten, whatever it may be. What could a long-term investor like CalPERS or owner evaluate before the capital goes in? Like, what are the questions we should be asking, or the mechanisms flagged that identifies the downstream siting risk before we're committed?
That's an excellent question, and in a way prescription in the form of your question on this. First of all, again, we'll go back to kind of one of our core points, which is we're all so early on this. We're finding our way on the most responsible, appropriate, environmentally appropriate, and policy appropriate ways of building this infrastructure, which, for the reasons Jared talked about, it's so consequential to our economy, our national standing, and we're going to have to find a way to get to better conjoined solutions. One of the issues at work here, though, is the fact that if we are now in a policy regime where there's going to be a patchwork of state by state approaches and regulations that are going to vary a lot, that presents enormous challenge to sponsors, builders of data center infrastructure, investors, et cetera. The Trump administration sought to make this kind of knitted under a federal statute that was not successful. So there's an inherent challenge that you're pointing at. Our hope is, again, we're early days. You think 3.5 years since this moment of simultaneity that Jared cited, and we're finding our way towards like a recognition of the amount and quality of infrastructure we're going to have to build. We're now recognizing how that may intervene with the public interest. And I think this is just a space where we're going to have to find ways to collaborate and innovate around squaring those two very important considerations, because it is funny, there's natural and appropriate resistance in many cases, and yet Jared made a case for the consequence of this technology for national interest, and squaring those two is going to be fascinating. I don't have a ready answer for it, but I know it's going to get more focused. I mean, one of the things geopolitically I would note, a little bit of a macro of that micro, is if you are a country worried about your AI sovereignty, about a month ago, you woke up even more concerned because the U.S. government had made the decision to basically export control access to foreign nations and foreign nationals' leading edge technology. And so, it was sort of a shot across the bow of countries around the world going, wow, if this capability on the frontier can be withdrawn from us by government fiat, how do we think about our reliances So I think that expresses just how consequential it is, how important this negotiation is going to be, but I have no theory of the case of exactly how it's going to work out. But now both groups, I think, are very focused around finding an approach that hopefully squares those warring incentives.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
question.
All right, that concludes the open session of a portion of our meeting for today. Let's give our presenters a hand of applause or a rant. Thank you very much. We will be going into closed session, which means we'll need to clear the room of non-essential personnel. Before you go, I'd like to thank our stakeholders in attendance. Whether you're watching online or here in the room, thank you for making the effort to join us. We will begin tomorrow's session at 8:30 a.m. back in this room, and enjoy your evening. We will recess, sorry about that, into closed session for the Goldman Sachs AI investment strategy session. We will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Trying to find out where she went. Can't even see her now. No, there she is. She's trying to get whatever. I'm good. All right. Good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for a really productive session. I'm going to recess today's meeting. We'll meet in the morning at 8:30 in the morning. So thank you very much. See you guys at dinner tonight at 6. Right.